To democratize key time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com. QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office,
Wait, an office? What's an office?
or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
Welcome to the first ever Low Code, No Code Summit, brought to you by VentureBeat, of course. I'm Stuart Rogers, your MC for today, and we are so excited to have over 1,500 pre-registered attendees joining from across the world, plus thousands more tuning into the VentureBeat live stream across Twitch, Facebook, VentureBeat's own editorial stream, and YouTube. Low Code, No Code, of course, is new to some people, not new to me. It very much describes the first 5 years of my incredibly lazy independent video game development career. But of course, the event is here because we can't do this without our sponsors. I mean, thank you so much to our Low Code, No Code Summit sponsors. We have QuickBase, we have Airtable, Droner HQ, HCL Volks MX, ServiceNow, Squawk, and PulpStream. Thank you so much for helping us to bring this event to all of the amazing people watching today. Please make sure to visit the sponsor profiles and schedule an appointment with these leading companies. We've also got some great virtual networking events and areas to check out. Go to the networking tiles below to find out more. Of course, we want you to share this all over social media, everywhere that you can use a hashtag. And the hashtag, of course, and please, please, please respect the hashtag. It took a very long time to come up with this. It is hashtag VBTransform. Use it everywhere you can. Anywhere that accepts a hashtag, we want you to use it. We'll be checking out all of your posts. And also on Twitter, we'll be basically taking special attention of those. So please make sure you use those on Twitter as well. Today, we are delving into the hot topic that is low code, no code. We have a variety of fireside chats, panel discussions, presentations, and case studies on best practices and learnings from low code, no code thought leaders. We'll also have time to network, of course. You can use the dedicated Transform Slack channel to say hello to your fellow participants. You can register for our speed networking event taking place at 2:40 p.m. Pacific. And you can visit the Clubhouse and chat face-to-face with other attendees. Participants of Speed Networking will be in with a chance to win an Apple Watch at the end of the day. So don't miss out on that. Make sure you get involved. Of course, we've got a full program of over 26 amazing speakers and some incredible content coming up for you today. And of course, we're interactive. We want you to ask questions. You can ask questions to the speakers. You can answer some very intriguing poll questions. We've got all of that in Slido for you. Of course, if you're watching this via live stream and you want to access all that the event offers, go to venturebeat.com to the Low Code, No Code Summit link. Take just 2 minutes to register. That's all it is. It's 2 minutes. Register. You'll get a link to access the portal, and everything is there. We've got so much to share with you. We're using a few different tools to help you connect with amazing attendees and all the solution providers to get the most out of today's event. There's a how-to video that you can access when you get in there just to show you how everything works. That's below the networking links. Or you can always contact event support at VentureBeat.com. That's event support at VentureBeat.com. They'll help you out. Oh, and don't forget, visit the VentureBeat Lab page, VB Lab, to learn more about how you can be first to secure exclusive custom event sponsorships for upcoming VentureBeat events, and how you can feature your thought leadership on VentureBeat. So, without further ado, let's get right into it. What we would love to start off with, and I'm super excited to kick off Low Code, No Code Summit today by welcoming Tom Davenport. Tom is a visiting professor from the University of Oxford. Professor Davenport will chat with ThoughtSpot's Cindy Howson about how large enterprises navigate the shift to low code, no code solutions, and discuss what this means for more nimble competitors that might be better to embrace low code. Don't forget, at any time, if you have a question for our speakers, you can add that question to Slido on the event portal. So make sure you register, and that's to the right of the main stage. Speakers will answer audience questions in our live Q&A segment following each session. So let's get right into it. Please welcome Professor Davenport and Cindy Howson.
Good afternoon. I'm Cindy Howson, Chief Data Strategy Officer at ThoughtSpot, and I am thrilled to be joined today by none other than Tom Davenport. Tom, welcome.
Great to be here, Cindy.
So Tom, for those who have been living under a rock for like the last 20 years, tell us a little bit about yourself. What is your role?
So sadly it's more than 20 years, but I'm a professor, writer, researcher, consult on basically anything having to do with information technology, but I'm particularly interested in things that have an organizational impact. I'm a sociologist by academic training, and I'm particularly interested, I think, in how people create meaning out of information and data and technology.
Yeah, and so much more information now. And correct me if I'm wrong, but so officially Babson professor, and now you're joining us from Oxford, is that right?
I am. I'm a visiting professor here and actually taught my first course today. And so it's fun to be in Oxford, although I think you were in the UK last week. Not easy to get here from the United States, but it all worked out okay for both of us, I guess.
Yes, that's okay. We're getting the hang of this. And I know we will be welcoming people from England over in the States now. So you're really going to have to tweet a picture of your beautiful campus where you're broadcasting this from. But let's, you like to turn data information into meaning. And that is now so increasingly possible with these low code or no code development tools. But let's look at this trend. If you think about the different categories, where would you say this trend started, or when did it really start to get more mainstream momentum?
Well, I've been hearing about variations on this theme pretty much since I started working in the IT field, which was in the early 80s. And I think in 1982, James Martin, who actually gave a lot of money to Oxford and created the Oxford Martin Institute, which came out with that big study a few years ago that 47% of US jobs would be automated soon. Fortunately, that hasn't come to pass. But anyway, James Martin published a book, something like application development without programming or without developers, something along those lines. He was very big into case tools. I don't know if you're old enough to remember that whole generation of activity, but that was kind of a precursor to this. That kind of died out as people started moving everything to the internet. And then low code, no code, I think, appeared again in a substantial way 4 or 5 years ago. It's growing very rapidly, almost too many variations on it to count and make sense of. So it's really taking off now.
Yeah, well, so you kind of flattered me, but yes, I am old enough to remember the case statements and movements and what have you. But if we think about who does low code really benefit and who does it harm, is IT excited about this, or afraid of it? And is it really enabling more citizen developers as the industry tries to keep up with all the new cloud-based applications, chatbots, more and more data that we're creating, but that we struggle to really analyze?
Well, it's hard. Again, it's hard to categorize. I would have said until fairly recently that, yes, it is IT's that gets gored by this. It's going to take a lot of work off their plates. I mean, I think there's still some important roles for IT people, but I started doing a little bit of research for a provider that really focuses on no code applications for the IT organization, Uncork, and talked to a number of their customers and saw that a component of this I didn't even realize existed is that even IT people, of course, need more productivity. And so you can use these tools in IT as well. And so I think it's really hard to categorize who wins and who loses from this.
Okay. And so you're talking more also about IT productivity. I know one of the areas that you're excited about is the OpenAI Codex, which is almost like a natural language coding or kind of an autocomplete. Tell us what you're seeing and why you're excited about this.
Well, most of my recent research has been on AI. So I always thought GPT and its in its various versions, GPT-3 being the most recent, was a really interesting idea, basically using machine learning, deep learning to predict the next word in a language generation context. And so then the people who developed it started to realize over the last year or two that computer programs were made of words, so to speak, and that if you fed some computer programs to GPT-3 as a training data set, that it would be able to predict the next word in a computer program as well. So, of course, OpenAI, the company that developed GPT-3, is owned by Microsoft now. GitHub is also owned by Microsoft. And so I am not owned by Microsoft, however, I don't know about you, but there's a GitHub sort of product or product subtype called Copilot that uses this Codex product in order to develop programs. Like most AI offerings, I think it's really more of an augmentation product or augmentation capability than a pure automation one. It doesn't eliminate the need for programming altogether, but I think it does make us much more productive and effective. And there was an interesting article in the New York Times a couple of weeks ago suggesting that if you don't know anything about technology, Codex and the GitHub Copilot offering are not going to help you very much. But if you do and can get around, some of the challenges involved in making a program run in different contexts, it can really accelerate your productivity.
Yeah, fascinating. So it sounds like it's really the convergence of AI with the low code technology or movement. Let's go a little deeper, or let's make this real. So tell me about a customer or a case study that has either adopted this, or I also think the segments of low code, whether it's related to data integration and ingestion or the auto ML, or you tell me, where have we seen traction? Give us a case study of where there's been a big impact.
Well, I've been doing a lot of work related to, for years, to business process management software, and then robotic process automation came along, which is kind of a low-end version, if you will, I guess, of business process management tools. And I really became initially aware of the use of low-code approaches to automation and workflow capabilities. And I think that works really well. I've seen more and more of it happening. I guess you could argue about how much coding is necessary for traditional RPA, but there are some even easier to use versions of RPA that can certainly be used by citizen developers of RPA. And I wrote a little case study about an advertising agency, Dentsu, that was really into traditional RPA. They have a chief automation officer, one of the relatively few companies that has that now. And he was looking around for kind of large scale applications of RPA for his automation center of excellence, and he didn't really find too many. So he concluded that maybe the answer would be to turn the citizens loose on developing small scale applications. So that's what they did. They trained about a couple of hundred people, citizens, in this sort of activity. They're trying to train a lot more, and they do really small things like, I don't know, my favorite example is one of the citizen developers used to be her job to harass people to get their timesheets in, always an issue in a professional services firm. And so she developed a little automated harassment tool in a few minutes.
Nudge. Let's call it nudge. Harassment. Yeah. Let's call it nudge. Reminder.
Anyway, it sent out messages saying, excuse me, you didn't turn in your timesheet. It's overdue by blank days. Turn it in, please. And so just really easy, clearly a low code environment, using a little graphic user interface and maybe a rule here and there to automate a process that nobody wanted to do. But it turns out there are lots and lots of other purposes. We can use low code. And one of the reasons it's so difficult to classify is there's so many things you can do. All sorts of web applications, analytics, as you suggested, data integration. I never really thought about that as a low code, no code activity, but I guess it is, now that you mention it. So it's almost taking over how we think about the development of software applications.
Yeah. So thanks for sharing that case study. So if we think about what happened at Detsu, or this agency, you had the person responsible for timesheets actually creating their own app to nudge or remind or harass or whatever. Did IT ever assume control then back for the application she created? Or will it always be this, no, whoever introduced it maintains responsibility for it?
In that case, I think it was too sort of, I don't know, minor, too local an application for IT to even think about taking it over. I mean, when I wrote an article with Chris Johansson about low code, no code in Harvard Business Review, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 months ago. And there I argued that in general, it made sense for IT organizations to be the sort of custodians of these applications, the ones who might provide a little bit more scale or reliability or security or something along those lines. But I do think that there should be a really low bureaucracy approach to saying, well, this one is never going to be one that we need to scale up or make more robust with an IT organization participation. I think there are a lot that do require that, and so it probably makes sense for IT organizations to have a little form saying, okay, if you're going to develop one of these things, fill out these 5 lines about it, and we'll let you know whether we need to play a role.
Yeah, so that co-ownership. So it sounds like what you're describing, it's not doing away with these IT jobs. It's really allowing the company to do more, but to allow the citizen developers to assume some of that responsibility. Is that right?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of unmet needs in any company for application systems of multiple types. And so this will certainly take over a lot of the low end ones that, if IT would ever get around to them, might take years. And even, some of the higher end ones. As I said, I've talked to some customers who are using these as products for either internal consumption or even customer use.
Yeah, good. So, and I mentioned the use case of data integration, and maybe that's that recency bias, Tom, because I just was at Big Data London, and one of the top themes or challenges was around the concept of data mesh, data fabric. You said, well, we're not seeing enough low code in data integration, and maybe that's part of the problem, is that there's too much old school, go with the 9-month ETL process rather than using some of the low code. This is where maybe I would put something like DBT or Zapier. Like, does it help? Does this low code data integration actually help us create new data pipelines faster, which is needed in an AI world? I don't know. What are you seeing, the same trends or asks?
I am. I mean, I remember I once went to a VentureBeat conference in San Francisco and was sponsored by Tamer in doing that at a company
Yes.
I'm an advisor to. And that's exactly their niche, using kind of probabilistic matching technology to integrate data across databases. And I'm really sold on the idea of doing this in that kind of bottom up way rather than the highly engineered, highly planned way where we, tried it with master data management and even again, going back to James Martin, information engineering before that, which was extremely unsuccessful and very labor intensive and time consuming and expensive.
Yeah. And so the other category that you and I debate or look at and track is the auto ML. So think of this as low code rather than having a data scientist manually build all these machine learning models. Is this another category where rather than having the PhD data scientist, we have the citizen data scientist able to generate insights using low code applications, but then do we have a risk that it's a black box and we have bias at scale? What do you think? Is this a good thing or a dangerous thing?
In general, I think that citizen data science is a good thing. Again, until you sort of brought it up, I did not put it in the same category as low code, no code, because I think of low code, no code as generating computer programs, not algorithms and models,
Okay.
machine learning models. But it's fine. It certainly falls into the same category of democratization of key IT oriented processes and activities. And it also falls into the category of things where, you might need a little adult supervision for it. Show it to the data scientists and say, does this make sense? Does it do what it's supposed to do? Are we violating any, statistical assumptions here? In general, I think it's a great thing. And again, we have way too many analytics problems that can't be addressed by professional data scientists. So why not deputize a number of other types of people to do it?
Yeah, so maybe it's that, again, going back to the citizen and the expert in all these categories. With that, Tom, why don't we, thanks for discussing this with me, and why don't we go ahead and move to the live Q&A? Okay, so Tom, there's a bunch of questions here as a reminder to everyone attending. Post them in the Slido Q&A app. You mentioned NLP can improve developer productivity, but coding know-how is still needed. Anyway, machines can be taught to program by looking at business requirement documentation.
Well, I think that's some of what's happened with Codex and that GPT-3 based programming approach. They combined programming languages, actual programs, written code with business requirements descriptions, and we're able to make predictions about how one translates into the other. I think the challenge is really on all the technical details, knowing exactly what the right technical environment is so that you can make the programs run and execute effectively. Hard for AI to know all of those little details for every potential user.
Right. There's one. So, Tom, you're the expert. You gave the definition of low code, no code. Vince is asking my definition. I mean, I think of this really in the context of analytics and AI and the ability to let non-analysts, non-developers generate algorithms or generate SQL queries and then assemble those apps. Wouldn't it be awesome if we could get from insight to action and assemble these into a workflow? That would be how I frame it. There's also, so you spoke about how low code, no code has appeared before. Why has it become so big now? What's the driver?
I think there are a lot more interested, motivated users, for one thing. Lots of organizations are digitizing and we haven't been able to increase the number of programmers rapidly enough to satisfy all of that demand. So that's a big part of it. And I think also, the previous generations of quote low code, no code, case tools and so on were kind of eclipsed by the internet, and the fact that we have so much more sophisticated technology infrastructures now, I think makes the tools a lot better.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just briefly, I'll add to that. Gartner has a prediction that 65% of new apps will be built by no code, low code by 2024. So that does show an acceleration. Would you agree with this prediction? Too generous or too conservative, Tom?
I'd be inclined to say 62.3% with an 80% probability of being successful, of being correct.
Now.
No. It's really hard to predict, and nobody's going to count anyway. So that will be a prediction that will never be validated one way or the other. But more of this will happen. There's no doubt about it. And, it seems like it might be in the ballpark.
Yeah. Okay. Good. We'll be nice here. Interesting debate here, or pushback. I love it when people push back. Low code, no code are a faster way to build applications, but separating the ETL from the application itself is a mistake and recreates a months-long ETL problem in 30 seconds or less. Do you agree? Months long? What do you think, Tom?
I don't know. ETL, I rarely hear that term anymore. It's
exactly.
A lot of people are moving beyond ETL into data lakes and so on, where you don't have to worry about it anymore. And I would recommend that rather than adapting low code, no code to an ETL oriented environment.
Yeah, or ELT. This is where, DBT, the rise of the lake house. We were debating this with the author of the data mesh last week on the Data Chief Live. With that, I will pass it back to Stuart. Have a great day, everyone. Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Tom and Cindy. I found that fascinating personally. And by the way, thank you to Anonymous for popping in and interacting with Slido. If you haven't heard from Anonymous recently, it's because they ransomware. Now, we'd like to welcome Andrew Manby, VP of Product Management from HCL Vault MX, and Jared Harper, Head of Application Development from Vermont Electric Power Company. They're in a conversation with VentureBeat's own Christine Parizo about how Velco and HCL Vault MX worked successfully together, implementing a low-code development platform that could simplify data from historical systems and complex integration needs. Over to Christine Parizo to ask the questions.
Hi, my name is Christine Parizo, and I'm your moderator for today's session. Low code literally helps power the state of Vermont. I'm joined by two guests, Jared Harper with Vermont Electric Power Company and Andrew Manby with HCL Software, representing Volt MX. Andrew?
Yes. Hi, it's great to be here. My name's Andrew Manby. I head up product management for HCL Digital Solutions, part of HCL Software.
And Jared?
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm an application integrator and developer with Vermont Electric Power Company.
Jared, I understand that Vermont Electric Power Company has a bunch of internal apps for its employees and for its contractors. Could you tell me a little bit about those apps and some of the technical challenges you've had in the past with them?
So we started developing our own applications, probably 10, 11 years ago, primarily to assist our field personnel, to help keep them safe in the field, and also to, track their locations. So in the event of an accident or an injury, we can help best, get them EMS services. But as time went on, the product that we were using was no longer supported. So we began the process for looking for a new platform and ultimately landed on Volt MX. And with that became a quite a project to migrate all of our existing apps and build out a new set of applications based on requests from our employees and updates and improvements from our contractors. So it was a significant project with limited manpower in our company. So we did have to find a partner to help us develop these applications.
And what led you to a low code, no code solution, and in particular, Volt MX?
So we were using a really early low code, no code platform, and it was really starting to evolve into being able to create mobile apps and things like that. So we wanted to stay in that, in that sort of environment. When we looked at several products, we did an evaluation analysis, and Volt MX had the middleware environment that we were looking for to manage our identity and integration services. And they were the only one that we looked at that had that tool, which HCL calls Foundry. Foundry has proven to be a valuable part of our application development. And without it, we would have had to buy additional software like a service bus. And very quickly after we implemented the software, we realized that we could defer that cost. And it's been 5 years, and we still haven't had a need to purchase a sort of dedicated service bus platform.
All right, let's go back a little bit to when you were first starting the mobile app strategy. What were some of the technical challenges and business challenges that you faced when you were doing that?
So the technical challenges were integration. We were bringing data from third-party APIs like weather. We were bringing data in from our SQL servers, and then we were also integrating that data with our GIS web mapping platform that's used in our control center. So we had to make this system and these applications work seamlessly together. And just doing that sort of work is inherently difficult, back 10 years ago. But now with the advances in REST APIs and things like that, it's much improved, doing these types of data integrations. Ultimately on the human side, it's adoption, asking people to work differently. Before they begin their workday, we ask them to, put themselves in our crew tracking system. So there was obviously some hesitancy about, well, gee, why are we doing this? What are you tracking? So we had to prove to our, own personnel and our contractor resources that this really was to improve their situational awareness and their safety while working in the field. And within 18 months to 2 years, we were seeing like 75 to 80% adoption of our field personnel using our mobile apps. Some of others, just didn't have the technology. We obviously couldn't require our contractors to buy smartphones and things like that. But we're seeing nowadays, upwards of 95% adoption because, we'll have a contractor here and there that's working only with us for a short time. So, there's really no need to set them up with our app. But it's ultimately very beneficial for our company.
Andrew, what are you seeing in the marketplace in terms of challenges that other customers are having? Are they similar at all?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, Jarrett's a great customer stories you're starting to hear here. As the Velco's, I think the nation's first transmission-only utility. In energy utility, we also have other organizations using the same platform. So they're not only looking at what they can provide to their employees and contractors, but they're also looking to see what they can do for their consumers as well, right? Because you can imagine, particularly reporting outage information, looking for service, or maybe extending to even, paying their bills is something that some of our customers are moving to. But also, we have customers in the food service industry where, loyalty is a very important thing for them, right? Engagement. We have customers in retail who are primarily trying to extend the retail experience out to the mobile device to extend the opportunities to purchase stuff. But then we also see, our capabilities down on the factory floor to help organizations help the workers on the shop floor with health and safety, inspection, and also replenishment tasks.
Mhm. And what are you seeing in terms of the rise of low code in the market?
Yeah, I mean, I'd see the drivers for it really in sort of two dimensions. I think from a technology standpoint, a lot of our customers are looking for acceleration, right? So, the CIO and the CTO are looking for technologies if they're building solutions for engaging with citizens or their employees or their business partner channels to build the first, second, third, fourth, or even 15th or 20th app. I think for the business, and I'm talking about CMOs, VP of Digital Initiatives, they're really looking for new and innovative ways to express their brand and also to try and differentiate them somehow in the experience that they provide to their key stakeholders. And using technology like this, whether you're engaging with an employee, a contractor, or a end customer, there's lots of things you can do to make that experience exciting.
And are you finding this to be the case with the applications you've developed, Jared?
Absolutely. It's how do I guess, we oftentimes, don't come up with new apps. The apps are requested, by our customers, which for the most part are our internal employees. And it's good that they're seeing the value of what we're able to produce and the quick turnaround that we can achieve with our low code, no code platform like, Volt MX.
You had mentioned earlier that you'd been doing a review and you had built 8 or 9 apps within, what was that time frame?
In our first year of ownership of the platform.
Oh, that's really impressive.
Yeah.
And how many apps do you have running now?
We're getting close to, we're almost at 15. We're in the development phase currently of 1, and we have another one planned, another large development project planned for 2022. And that'll get us, close to or above 15. It's, when you talk about developing these apps with Volt MX, because it's a multi-platform, so you can build it for desktop web, or you can, also deploy it out to mobile devices. You're technically building 2 applications inside of one project. So I guess the question always is, are you building one app for multiple platforms, or are you building, 2 apps, one for desktop web and, one for mobile devices? So it just depends on how you describe, how many apps you have based on your, how you think about what you're building.
Yeah, Christine, maybe I could just
go ahead.
I could just add just a point about that. I mean, contrast that with traditional mobile development. You'd have to have a separate development team for Android, a separate one for iOS, and you would probably have another one for web. And what Jared's describing is you only need one team to do that. I think it's also worth pointing out that the type of platform we're providing is aimed at professional developers, right? So we're allowing them to bring all of their standard best practices around DevOps, testing to bear, but we're giving them a way to embrace things that they would do normally, and also bring some of those advanced capabilities in a much more easy way. And I know Jared's got some great examples of bringing more sophisticated technology into the application using the platform.
Can you give us some examples of that, Jared?
Well, one of the applications, that we're working on now is integrating. The application requires some heavy math to be run some models, and JavaScript is a good programming tool, but it doesn't have a really robust math engine. So we purchased a product that allows us to build math models. Those math models can be deployed as a REST API. So we can build the user interface, give the user a rich user experience, and then when they click a button on the app that says, in our case, it's generate the ratings for a particular piece of equipment in our system. All of that is managed. You send the request, Foundry manages it. It sends the request to the math engine, and you get back as a JSON response the results of that math, and then it's just integrated into the app seamlessly. The customer or the user of the app, doesn't really matter to them where the math is happening, as long as the answer is correct and it's efficient. We've taken an old app based in Foxborough. It would take more than a minute to run some calculations, and right now we have those calculations down to around 15 seconds. So just the performance improvements, the way the users interacting with the app now is so much better. It's just vastly improved, and our customers are really enjoying what they're seeing out of the product that we've developed.
I'll bet. There was an example of another app that you had built. It was a COVID-19 app that your customers had actually asked to license. Could you tell me a little bit about that?
Absolutely. Unfortunately, in the pandemic that we're all living through, we all hoped we would be out of it by now, but obviously we're not, because we're all meeting virtually. Our human resources and our safety department, we're talking about how to better, manage daily reporting structures. Vermont, like I'm sure other states, we were required to do daily health screenings and keep those records in the event of contact tracing. So they reached out to the application development team and said, what can you do and how quickly can you get this done? So we scoped out exactly what they were looking for. There was a series of about 6 questions. Directions on how to use infrared thermometers were built into the app. And within 60 hours of total development time, which spanned, approximately 4 days of from the time when they asked us to 4 days later, but we spent about 60 hours of total development time and delivered a fully functioning mobile web application, not native, just mobile web. They accessed a web page, and then our users were able to start using that. We integrated it with our own Active Directory, so the same username and password our customers or employees were used to using on their computers were able to use it right on their mobile devices.
Wow,
we
that's
did modify
really
the app. Yeah, it was a fast turnaround.
And you'd briefly mentioned any new projects and apps that you were working on. Is there anything else that comes to mind that you can speak about?
Sure, absolutely. So for 2022, we're looking at taking a series of apps that we've built. We have our safety audit app, our crew tracking app. We have some paper forms that are filled out each day by our crews in the field. We have another app that doesn't have any external web capability, and we're looking to roll that all into one app called our Field Services app. It's going to be a pretty big project to roll everything into one app. We believe it's the right way to go. There is a discussion out there about getting away from these large apps and having individual micro apps, but we really think that that we can gain efficiencies of bringing all of these manual paper forms, all of these individual apps into one cohesive Field Services app that'll be able to be used by our employees and contractors. So it's a big undertaking. It's going to take probably the bulk of 2022 to build it all, but we're excited to start on it.
It does sound like a big undertaking, and I'm sure that using Volt MX is just making it so much easier than it otherwise would be.
Absolutely. And again, it's a big integration project, and that's where the Foundry platform, the middleware, will be hugely beneficial, because this is the first time we'll be doing SMS text messaging within the app, notifications, email notifications. There's just a lot of stuff that we're going to be building into this app that we don't currently have, but the basics and the foundation are already there for us in the Foundry platform.
Oh, that's great. So let's switch gears a little bit and talk about some of the tips on how organizations can successfully adopt and implement low code in their organizations. what are some of your tips, Jared?
First of all, is training. We took a 3-day training class through HCL and got ourselves up and running so we could at least navigate the UI. But you're definitely going to want to spend some time to brush up on your JavaScript skills, your user interface design. That's a whole art form, which we think, oh, we'll put some text boxes, some drop downs, and this app's going to be great. But you really need to spend the time to work on good UI. And then for us, because we wear many hats in the application development team, we also partnered with a company who actually ended up acting more like a staff augmentation resource for our team, who could dedicate the bulk of their time to help us develop these apps. And that's how we were so successful, was using a resource to augment our internal staff.
Mm-hmm. It's important to pick the right resource, isn't it?
Absolutely.
What would you add to that, Andrew?
I think that's sagely advice from Jared. I think the other part that I want to add is, we have this sort of what we call a studio process. So essentially, what we do is invite customers in to talk about their unique business problems, like Jared has described, and then really helping them sort of navigate what is the art of the possible, so we can actually get to a point where we can describe what an application would do, what the value proposition is, and then bringing UX design people and build a prototype within a short period of time to show them what could actually happen, right? I mean, Jared is, I would say, pretty typical of most customers. They have a vision, but once they get to grips with the tool and the experience, what we want to do is try and shorten that period of time to enable them to see this is what you could actually build, and then help them with the first application, and keep helping with them with either education or mentoring to enable them to build the second or the third app.
Well, that sounds like really good advice, and we're just about out of time before the Q&A. So is there anything else that either of you would add?
No, I'd just like to thank you, Christine, for moderating this, and I appreciate your time and interest in what we're doing.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for your time as well.
Jared, thank you for sharing your story. It's much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
All right, gentlemen, why don't we take some questions from our viewers? First question, is it possible to deploy HCL Volt MX and similar low-code, no-code platforms on-premise, or is it cloud only?
So, Chrissy, maybe I'll take that one. I know Jared can add some color. So, we find, given the different industries that we play in, highly regulated industries, state and local government, that organizations want to have the choice. So certainly in the case of HCL with Volt MX, we make it available as a hosted offering, and we also make it available on-prem as well.
Right, and due to the highly regulated industry that we're in, like you mentioned, Andrew, we're very cloud averse, and so our entire implementation of Volt MX is on-premise. We have a dev configuration and a production configuration for our environment.
Mm-hmm. And Jared, you'd mentioned training requirements, JavaScript skills, and the like. Can zero tech skills folks also learn how to use a low-code, no-code platform? And what were your criteria for selecting which team you trained on it?
So we have a very small team. Our application development team is 4 people. 2 of us got trained on Volt MX, and a third one, he basically took the training material that we got when we did our official training and went through it himself. So, but only 2 of us focus on that platform. And I do believe, with the right background, that somebody could learn how to use the Volt MX platform. When it comes to doing third-party integrations, SQL skills, those do take a little bit of extra to work to roll up your sleeves, and you have to be self-motivated. But yeah, I believe you could do it.
And Jared, can you share what limitations you run into with the low code, no code environment?
Honestly, and I know Andrew is going to love me to say this, we actually haven't found too many limitations. Pretty much everything we've wanted to do, we've been able to figure out, whether it's push notifications to the app, SMS text. They all take a little bit of configuration and do sometimes take some work, to integrate those functionalities into the app. But being able to utilize the sensors on mobile devices and things like that. The only thing we haven't tried are smartwatches, and we just currently don't have any interest by our internal customers to get notifications on their watches. So nothing like that yet, but the functionality is all there to pretty much support all the platforms.
Oh, that's great. I don't know if Andrew, you want to take this one, or Jared, but do you think COVID has accelerated low code, no code adoption, since the speed to get things done now have new metrics?
Yeah, I would say absolutely. I'd like Jared to sort of chime in because he has a specific experience which he was sharing. I think they fall into a couple of different categories. They are people who had to figure out how they could keep doing their own business. So I'm thinking about retailers with touchless commerce, a lot of health and safety apps that were built very quickly, and then a lot of apps were built just because they needed to be able to conduct their business, and they needed some way for people to interact, because the contact center was no longer there. They couldn't go into a branch office, or they couldn't go into the local retail outlet. So I think low code really helped to fill that gap. And now I think that sort of sense of what you can achieve is with us. And I think will be with us now for the next several years.
Absolutely, totally agree. The flexibility to build cross-platform applications is a huge benefit and a huge time saver. Being able to make these apps work on iPads, iPhones, Android devices, desktop computers, you just can't ask for a more flexible tool than VoltMX.
Mm-hmm. And I think that's all the time we have. Thank you so much, Andrew and Jared, for sharing with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine.
Yes, thank you, Andrew, Jared, Christine. That was absolutely terrific. Thank you. Next, please welcome Chris Beddy, Chief Information Officer of ServiceNow. Chris will chat with VentureBeat's very own Haley Haggerty to discuss how anyone can create consumer-grade applications to accelerate innovation and boost productivity. Take it away, please, Haley.
Hi everyone, my name is Haley Haggerty. I am the GM of events here for VentureBeat, and I am joined by Chris Beddy, who's the CIO of ServiceNow. Thanks for joining us, Chris, today.
Great to be here, Haley.
Thank you. And I know we're going to talk about a really great topic, which will be driving the future of work with low code and citizen developers, which is great. Can you first and foremost give us a little insight into ServiceNow and what you do?
Absolutely. So ServiceNow, we are a software platform company that serves about 80% of the Fortune 500. And our goal is really to partner with our customers to help accelerate their digital transformation journeys, whether it's serving the customer experience, enhancing their employee experience, driving speed throughout the enterprise, or the topic of today, low code, no code.
Great. No, thanks for that. And I know, Chris, yourself, you are an industry leader in driving transformation. You've had executive roles at GDC Uniphase, VeriSign, KPMG, driving global transformation. And I'm sure, like the rest of us, we're becoming this obsessed with low code, no code because it's such a great opportunity and really a vital solution to drive efficiencies. So why now? Why is everyone getting on the low code bandwagon right now?
I think it's a great question. Why now? Because in the industry, we've talked about it for a long time. And I think there's a couple factors at play. As usual, it's not just one thing. Number one, I think it is digital transformation. And every company is reinventing its business model or revamping its existing operations underneath its existing business model. And that's a must-have. It is not optional for a company to do that. The second is there's an estimate that inside enterprises over the next 3 to 4 years, 500 million new apps need to be developed to support this digital transformation. That cannot happen with just central tech organizations developing these apps. The third is, I think, the talent, our most important asset at any company, the talent that we have at our organizations. And I read a study that estimated over 50% of people today are equipped to develop low-code, no-code apps. But that talent is ready and they want to participate in the digital transformation. They don't want to take a ticket and get in line and maybe the central tech organization will get back to you one day. They're equipped, they're ready to do it, and they want to do it.
They're impressive stats. And yeah, there's lots of people wanting to get not in line and do it for themselves for sure. So because this topic is such a big topic and can cover a vast array of software, can you help us maybe take a step back and let us know why some of the most impactful, what are some of the most impactful ways that low code, no code is transforming large enterprises right now?
Well, as I mentioned, with digital transformation, I think there is an insatiable appetite to revamp existing operations. As I mentioned at the beginning of our conversation, serve your customers and your employees better. So with that in mind, it's speed, it's productivity, and the people often closest to the action are the people embedded in those departments that are serving the employees and serving the customers. And they know firsthand what are the things that are bogging things down. And it's tapping into this latent, I'll call it talent pool, where organizations are being very, very successful. But it doesn't come, without a formalized program around it and being very intentional about, I'll just say, democratizing development across the whole organization.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Do you have any real life examples of that and how successful that's been when maybe a large enterprise has?
Yeah, for sure. And we have a lot internally, but I'll talk about, what we're doing with some of our clients. And let's go back to the very beginning of the pandemic. The city of LA needed to quickly stand up an app that could help serve their citizens with help finding testing locations. They built that in about 72 hours. Let me take a very different example because that one was citizen facing. A global giant like Airbus needed to get a better handle on manufacturing operations. So they built a low code, no code app in less than 90 days, barcode integration with other data sets, and they were able to reduce manufacturing problems by about 20% in this particular use case. You have ICE, the Intercontinental Exchange, financial services, I think got to 3x their developer capacity by embracing low code, no code. We're working with St. Jude's Hospital as they're serving children in need. So you can see whether it's citizen facing, financial services, manufacturing, healthcare, everyone is on this journey of adopting low code, no code for all the reasons we just discussed.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously impacting all industries, most companies. When we talk about that, it sounds like it is a big transformation. So what would you say across all the industries and the companies you've worked with, Chris? What are the main challenges that people have when upgrading and transforming their technology to include low code?
Sure. I think one of the things is the industry, and myself included, we have memories of things like Lotus Notes and the application sprawl that created, or fresh memories of someone developing a low-code, no-code app and not knowingly, unintentionally, increasing the amount of cyber risk or data risk because they're leveraging data in a way that maybe they didn't know was risky to the company. So because of all those things, there's a hesitancy. The second I would say is a little bit more human in nature. And I think anytime that there's been a progression of, I'll call it coding techniques, whether I'll go way back, like assembly to Fortran, Fortran to C, C to Java, Java to Python, whatever the case may be. The old generation always looked at the new generation of coding techniques with a bit of skepticism. Like, hey, that's not really going to work. That's not really for the hardcore professionals. But over time, it's gained mass adoption. So I think those two things are the reasons like why people haven't leaned into it. But I think to overcome that, there's a couple different things from my standpoint. One is, and I talked about, be intentional about it, have a program, because low code, no code does not mean zero central IT involvement, but it means minimal. And the minimal is really putting in the right guardrails so that citizen developers can be successful and thrive in this environment. And a lot of that comes with, I think integrations are key. No app exists standalone in the enterprise. It has to interconnect. So just as an example, on ServiceNow's low-code, no-code platform, we've built over 1,000 out-of-the-box integrations to make it easy for that citizen developer to interconnect with different parts of the organization. The second is automating things, almost making them ambient or invisible. Things like cyber checks, things like data privacy checks, so that those are just happening behind the scenes, orchestrated by the central tech organization, but in a way that supports citizen developers, doesn't get in their way. And then the last one I would say is enabling them to be successful, providing them guidelines. Maybe there's training courses that they could go to. We have something called Now Learning, which is actually available to all of our customers out there, which is if you want to get trained on how to be a low-code, no-code developer, you can go there and very quickly get up to speed. We use it internally as well, and so do our customers. But comes a point of process, maybe you're new to developing apps and you hit a speed bump. This concept of phone a friend, central IT should always be available. If you get stuck, maybe there's something a little bit too complex. And I think if you put all those elements in place, which we have and our customers have too, that creates a very successful ecosystem where citizen developers can thrive.
Great. I want to go back to two things you said there, Chris. One, saying the central IT and organization and how they can support this. What's the best practice way for a large organization enterprise who have a very large IT department to actually get them to see that this is beneficial for them and the organization?
I would say at the highest level, then I'll go down a couple of clicks in altitude. At the highest level, I think a central IT organization has three choices with low code, no code, because it's happening out there in your enterprise, whether you know it or not. So I think choice number one is ignore it. I'm not sure that's a winning strategy because of the data risk I mentioned, cyber risk, etc. The second is try and block it and say, hey, this is just not how we're going to operate as a company. I don't think that's a winning strategy either, because the talent, again, they want to participate. They want to make their work life better. They will find a way to do it. And the third, the only logical choice to me is embrace it. So I think just coming to that, I'll call it, put the hard facts on the table. We only have these three choices. So within that, what are we going to do to be successful becomes the next logical discussion. So now that if you've made up your mind, we have to embrace it, I think a couple things. And perhaps starting in IT itself. So you probably have, even within your IT organization, hardcore developers, professional coders, and then you may have more analysts, right, that work with different departments in your company. Start out low code, no code with your analyst community within IT. You'll learn some lessons there with your governance framework, your security framework, your enablement frameworks. To use a software term, dog food it on yourselves first. That would be a best practice I would suggest. And once you've gotten the kinks worked out, then rolling it out to different departments, select departments to start with, maybe ones that have leaned in a little bit, have shown an appetite to do it. The talent is really asking for it in those departments. Again, it's test, iterate, and learn, and then perhaps scaling it. And in scaling it, I think there's a couple key things, because I do believe, back to that, 500 million apps, and how many of them can the central IT org create? We have to make citizen developers celebrated and recognized at our corporations. And that, I think, will generate sort of a flywheel effect where more and more people want to participate. And that will actually take a burden off the central IT organization to let them focus on solving the real complex, hairy problems that need the professional developers, professional IT, and leave some of the simpler things to those department level use cases, to the people in the department. And just to make it very real, I'll give a quick example. There was a very important process, but completely mediated by email and Excel spreadsheets and things like that. And it was, hey, when ServiceNow does something, is it worthy of a press release or not? And actually, it was actually an intern who came in and it's like, I don't want to do this email Excel process. She created an app in 12 hours. 12 hours. And it saved the organization hundreds of hours per month But those are the kinds of simple things, I call it death by 1,000 cuts, that slow an organization down. Now imagine a world where all of your talent can spot all those opportunities, action on them in a number of hours. All of those things that slow the organization down are gone. How much faster would your organization operate? That's why I think it's critical. Just one example of why I think it's critical.
Yeah, and what an example. I'm sure there's so many out there that have really driven that efficiency. And on the other side of that, though, Chris, is there anything where you think low code or no code doesn't necessarily work that well?
Well, I think those guardrails are important. And I'll just give an example of the guardrails we've established at our own organization. One, don't build an app that already exists because we don't want application sprawl. It's confusing, it's tech debt, etc. The second is if you're touching really sensitive data, customer data or other PII and things, it's not a don't do it, but do it with us. And the third is making sure, which gets to your point, any use cases which they shouldn't do, citizen developers, that is. And I think it's one where if it's really complex and really enterprise-wide, because they've hit on a fabulous use case that thousands of people could leverage, it's not a don't do it, but perhaps it's a do it with the central IT organization. And that's, I think, the advantage of if you have point low code, no code solutions floating around the enterprise, you're sort of trapped and stranded within those. One of the constructs we built in the ServiceNow platform is that this low code to pro code continuum. So if somebody in a department does develop something and they get into it and they're just like, I'm a bit in over my skis, I don't know that I could build something for 20,000 people, it's a continuum where the pro coders could either augment or completely take it over. And having that be a continuum where there's not a break and start from scratch again, I think is super important as well.
Yeah, no, that sounds very important. When it comes to ServiceNow and what you do, you've actually been named like a leader in enterprise applications for low code multiple times. What are some ways that you've specifically, and you've given us some examples already, so you'll need to give me more examples, that your organization is actually helping that transformation for low code? Is there any other examples or is there too many?
There's a lot of different examples, but I'll give you a couple of things that really surprised me, if you will. One is, as we embarked on this, what I thought would happen is people would develop the simpler applications like the one I mentioned around press releases. But what I found is people are really leaning into it and developing applications saying, hey, I don't want an app where you go to forums and things like that. I actually want to build an app which has a virtual agent or a chatbot, as is commonly known. And so we had one individual in our marketing organization. I was getting a lot of the same questions from the sales organization, product features, pricing, this and that. So they built a chatbot. And it like 80% of that repetitive work went away. The field sales reps are happier because they get an always on answer. They don't have to wait for the person while they're sleeping. And this individual is happier because they get to focus on more work. We've had other cases where people have developed a mobile first app, and developing a mobile app feels like a tall mountain to climb. But with these low code, no code tools, anybody can really develop them. So that's been a bit of a surprise to me in a very positive way. In terms of the depth and people leveraging really more innovative concepts like virtual agents and mobile apps. I'd say the second is making sure, I mean, we had a hypothesis around this phone a friend concept, but it's been really important for us, especially for first-time developers, which is if they get stuck and they have nowhere to go, it can be pretty daunting. So knowing that there's an organization you could reach out to at literally any time has been super important for us. And then the third is, and this is a quote from one of our citizen developers, I just developed my first app. It took me about 3 days. I'm so much happier. I can't wait to develop my second, third, and fourth one. So I think sometimes we forget about when we talk about speed and productivity and transformation, just the human impact and the engagement level that people feel when they can actually participate in making their work life better. It's pretty magical, actually.
Yeah, I can imagine the engagement level is great. That's great, and the time that person spent building just that one app in 3 days, that's unbelievable too. Also go back to the safe governance and the security issues. So I know people might see this as like the wild, wild west for citizen coding, but how would you recommend a company ensure that they're actually building a safe governance?
I think, again, just being clear about what those guardrails are, which comes from giving predefined data sets to citizen developers. But having also automated code scanning tools that are running in the background that can detect where someone is using PII, or someone may have, I'll call it, an unsafe coding practice, so that as citizen developers scale, you're not scaling your cyber risk or data risk. But having that instrumentation is super important.
Yeah, definitely. And the accessibility of the low-code technology offers, like I said, the citizen coders access to things that they weren't accessible before. And it actually, in my opinion, probably opens up a lot of democratization and diversity and gender as well. So do you think that's a byproduct of this? Or do you see that as one of the main promises when you're integrating low code?
I think it's an absolute byproduct. We've seen that in our citizen developers internally here and with our customers, which is it's diversity in terms of types of people developing those. And we all know diversity comes in many forms, but diversity of thought that these citizen developers bring to the table, in addition to gender and race and all those other things, I think it's going to be a force multiplier for the organizations that adopt it.
Great answer. And to wrap up, Chris, I've got one final big question for you. If you were to advise anyone to give someone who is currently using a legacy system and they're trying to implement an upgrade to low code, what would be your advice to them?
Start. Start, because your talent's going to demand it and your organization's going to need it to keep pace with the transformation it has to execute.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you. It was so much fun.
Well, hi everyone. We're here for Q&A now, and we have some good questions to get answered. So Chris, first and foremost, going back to your actual solutions specifically for ServiceNow, can you give us more detail around what your solutions are when we're talking about this generally with citizen developers?
Sure. What we tried to build with our low-code, no-code solution is actually something that can span the spectrum from pro-code all the way to low-code. And there's a couple key elements that we thought were critical. One is any app needs to integrate with other data sources, so to speak. So we made it really, really easy to integrate. We call that our integration hub. We also thought we need a quick way to automate certain repetitive tasks. So we bundled in RPA as well into our low-code, no-code platform. And then the third is we need mobile. Everybody wants it to be mobile enabled. I mean, who wants to always have to go to a website? So we bundled in a mobile app studio as well. So you don't have to be an iOS or Android developer, but you can create iOS and Android apps. So we tried to make it really, really simple across the spectrum, no matter what you're trying to do. Chatbot capabilities in there, literally like just the treasure chest of capabilities for whatever you want to build. But as I mentioned in our earlier conversation, with the right governance. So we're pretty proud of it here at ServiceNow. It's actually ranked in the upper right quadrants of all the analyst review nows, and it's incredible the market traction it's getting. If you haven't taken a look at it, you can access it on our developer portal off of the servicenow.com website.
Great. I'm sure many people will be doing that. We've got another couple of questions here. One from Josh saying, my company already has an existing high code product team for internal apps. What are selling points for the C-suite to also foster low code, no code development?
Yeah, I think it's a really good question because everyone has that pro code centralized organization. And the question is, why do I need to lean into this? Why am I going to take on this extra complexity? I think there's probably three things. The central organization, no matter how good they are, is never going to be able to keep up with all the demands across the company. That's one. So then the backlog just grows and grows. Second is Every company needs to accelerate its digital transformation. This is avenue to accelerate that transformation. The third is empowering employees. I think employees want to be empowered to take place in transforming their companies. And so if you think about those things, you're going to get faster. You're going to have happier employees because they're helping to transform the company and their own work life. And then third is the central organization doesn't have this massive backlog. It seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah, it does very much seem like a no-brainer. Thanks for answering that question. We have another question. What kind of non-developers are developing the best low-code, no-code software? Is there a particular talent that you're seeing standing out among citizen developers?
I think it's a couple things as far as particular skill sets, but there's one quality which stands out above it all. And that's just a passion to make things better. I have a passion to make things better. I'm willing to put in some time to learn about these low code, no code tools, and you cannot replace that. But to answer the question a little bit more directly, people who have been in Excel, building macros and building pivot tables and have the ability to work with data tend to be good at this. Or experience with other low code, no code applications that weren't called low code, no code back in the day. I'm going to date myself with things like Access and stuff like that, or maybe, with some of the basic capabilities in SharePoint. People have some familiarity with that, tend to do better. But the third thing I'll mention, probably the most important, is domain expertise. You cannot build a low code, no code app to do something better, help people be more engaged, be more productive, speed up things, if you don't know the domain that you're operating in. And the risk there is a low code, no code app that gets created that simply automates a bad process. We all know then we'll just do the bad process faster. So the key, that domain expertise is really key.
Great. Well, Chris, this has been such a pleasure to talk to you. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Haley. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's going to be many people wanting to visit your sponsor profile on the event portal too. So hopefully you can chat with other people and your colleagues from ServiceNow can have some conversations about your great solution. Thanks again, Chris.
Thank you. Take care. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much to Chris and Haley for that amazing conversation. And yeah, please do check out all of the sponsor profiles. Go and look at them anytime you like, right on the portal. Next, we're pleased to welcome Giovanni Stone, Vice President of Advanced Automation Execution at Daifuku Winright Corporation. Jay Jameson, Chief Product and Technology Officer of QuickBase, and VentureBeat's very own Shuchi Rana. Giovanni and Jay will chat with Shuchi about how the growing practice of citizen automation and development does not need to be shadow IT. That's in quotes on my script here. But a practice that strengthens the relationship between the business and the core IT around digital transformation. So Shuchi, please take it away and ask all those amazing questions.
Hello, everyone. I'm delighted to be joined by Jay Jameson, Chief Product and Technology Officer at QuickBase, and Giovanni Stone, Vice President, Advanced Automation Execution at Daifuku Winright Corporation. Welcome both. In the interest of time, let's get right to it. We will be doing a deep dive on how Daifuku is using citizen automation to transform their supply chain and drive innovation through their business. Jay, I'm going to start with you. For the uninitiated, could you demystify low-code, no-code for us and tell us a little bit about QuickBase?
Yeah, sure. So thanks for having me. As the Chief Product and Technology Officer of QuickBase, thrilled to be here. QuickBase is a software as a service based, business-to-business, low-code, no-code application development platform vendor. We lead in the market and we work with thousands of customers each and every day, such as Daifuku, to help them streamline operations and really drive to operational agility. And I want to talk about what that means for customers and how we impact them each and every day. So we believe very strongly that organizations should be driving operational agility with safe, business-led application development. This is really about empowering those experts at the edge of the business that are your existing people, your existing human capital, that know the information that they need and understand sort of where the existing software has gaps, where there are problems. And what a citizen automation platform and what low code really offers businesses like these that seek to drive operational agility where they can move faster, respond more flexibly, is it enables those subject matter experts in the business to safely and powerfully connect to the information they need, build the software they need, and really empower the people that they need to best serve their customers. And I think Giovanni has great insights in terms of the effort and the transformation that they're bringing about at Daifuku.
Great.
Thanks for that, Jay.
Thank you for the introduction, Jay. Yes. And Giovanni, perhaps start with a little bit about Daifuku and take us to pre-QuickBase days and what prompted the consideration for a low-code, no-code platform at Daifuku.
Sure. First, let me say thank you for the invitation today, Suchi. I'm really happy to be here. Daifuku is the world's largest material handling company. We build large, fully automated material handling systems for some of the world's largest companies. And as such, we have many projects going on throughout the United States and all over the globe. And when we were really first starting our QuickBase journey, we had just landed our biggest project in the company's history. It was a massive distribution center for a large clothing retailer in Memphis, Tennessee. And as we were looking at the spreadsheets and the emails and the project plans that we used to manage a project, we were very, very concerned about our ability to really scale those tools up. The project teams had, between 60 people on our side and 65 people on the customer side. And we just didn't see a way to really crowdsource information and allow multiple threads of collaboration or to see everything in real time. And because of this, we started to look for another solution. And we looked for something that we could deploy quickly. And frankly, QuickBase was the right solution for us because we could start working on a solution essentially that day. You fast forward 8 years and we're still using the exact same tool to now manage over 250 concurrent projects in our entire portfolio.
Wonderful. Can you maybe walk us through what that implementation journey was like? And what was the business need exactly at that point that we were kind of solving for?
Yeah, so I for that particular starting point, we were really trying to solve project management data. We were looking for risk registers, project plans. We were looking for change management. We were looking for document management. And all of those things came native to the platform. And not only that, there were existing templates that we could use to start customizing a tool for ourselves. So it wasn't starting from zero, it was starting from some other idea. And it felt like the QuickBase team had actually put a lot of thought into project management at that time. This was 8 years ago. It's a long time ago, but it certainly was an area that we felt like we could hit the ground running, and we did. So we started, building in risk registers and building in communication tools and data for our team. And we would start with a spreadsheet that we had used for many, many years, and we would just build it into the tool within a day or two and start using it.
Yeah, and to build on that just briefly, we see a lot of that with our customers where they have these large scale projects with lots of people, lots of data and workflows where you really are sort of struggling with most of the existing tools that you'd think would be there. And QuickBase has provided a nice, kind of glue or agility layer to connect these different systems, lots of different people, and lots of different data so that you can have that unified view into a complex dynamic process that lots of people can see, what they need to get value from it. And it's that we see as sort of the anchor that then causes companies to then grow from there as they seek to drive more agility in their business.
Yeah.
Great.
Very true.
Wonderful. So as large a company as Daifuku is, how do you think about build versus buy? Specifically in the case of, as you were thinking about QuickBase, what were some of the factors in making the decision to go with QuickBase?
It was a really interesting decision. I would actually categorize that decision as slightly different. I would categorize it as build now versus buy later. And so for us, it was a very simple decision. Just because we were building something in QuickBase didn't mean we weren't going to be able to go to a more structured tool later if we found that that was something we needed to do. But QuickBase offered us a really nice immediate solution to a problem that we had that we could try out and continue to work with. And if we found that we outgrew the tool, the data would at least be available so that we could move into any other platform. But QuickBase really filled that gap for us. And it was so simple because it was, I need a solution now versus I have to go through 6 months, 12 months, 18 months of convincing an executive team to do something bigger that just wouldn't have met our need at that point.
Great. And Jay, is this something that you're seeing with your other customers as well? Anything to add to that?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that when Giovanni and I talk, we often sort of reflect on this idea. If there are in central IT and out of a CIO office, you often have what I call big rock digital transformation projects, modernizing the ERP, updating the network, these kind of very, very large scale efforts that often take years, that often have tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars of budget around them, and often, very frankly, have risk where you find that 30% of those projects actually deliver on time the expectations the customers see. But in today's marketplace, customers need answers today, and the market demands response today. So CIOs and technology executives are really wrestling with, how do I put points on the board from a business value standpoint this quarter, this week, this month? And that's really a sweet spot of where a platform like QuickBase can really stand in, because we can work with customers to say, look, let's work on helping you get back to work, or let's work on sort of solving some acute operational problem in your business right now in supply chain or raw material management or what have you. And that's where I think the power and the potential of platforms like QuickBase really, really stands out.
Wonderful. And Giovanni, back to you. How does this fit within your overall technology and data strategy, like the QuickBase platform?
Yeah, so certainly the project management suite was just the first step of getting us into QuickBase. We have then taken that and we've now built exceedingly complex tools to solve bigger business problems, specifically related to our supply chain. We've built out an MRP for one of our divisions that allows them to track parts from the point of entry by an engineer all the way through assembly in our shop. We've built out tools to test in the field. And so really where it fits us to replace any process that was previously managed with complex or recurring spreadsheet activity. And so anytime I see a spreadsheet that looks complicated, I immediately think QuickBase and how can I get this into the cloud and how can I get us collaborating in a better way?
Great. Jay, anything to add?
No, I think Giovanni says it extremely well. We just see that pattern again and again. And Giovanni's a great advocate and a great practitioner in the effort to demystify and make the benefits of a no-code platform like QuickBase really apparent and practical for your audience.
Absolutely. Well, let's get into some of the benefits that you're seeing from the platform, and whether it's savings, operational efficiency, or anything else that you'd like to talk about. Giovanni, we'll start with you, and then.
For me, it's about leveraging our entire team. I mean, we have 60 people working on a project, or I have 50 engineers working in an office. And rather than having one central point for data to flow through and a lot of administrative tasks to try and keep everybody in sync, we're really opening the data up to the entire team so they can see in real time what's happening with everybody else in the group. Additionally, when I want to go back historically and look and see, hey, how did I perform on all of these projects collectively? I have the data. Whereas in a lot of these processes that we're replacing, that would take some significant mining to get to that actual level of intelligence. I've got a lot of decreased variability from project to project because I don't have somebody just deciding that they want to change a template today because they didn't like this column or that column. It really helps me to standardize that process. And then something so simple as automatic notifications and automatic reminders just saves me from sending emails that really add no value to my day, but somebody needs to see. So those are certainly all benefits that we see. The biggest one for us by far is historical data and our ability to look at trends and bigger picture kind of things within our business and see how we're performing.
Great. Jay, any other benefits that you see across your customer portfolio? Anything else that you'd like to touch on?
Yeah, building on it, what we often talk with customers, it's very aligned, but it's this idea of saying, look, if I've got complex operational processes where I need real-time insight provided to a broad group of stakeholders. Maybe HR needs one view of information, whereas project managers have a different view that's required, whereas the finance team requires a different set of information, so that we understand, is this project that is dynamic and critical to our business, is it on track or not, and how do we follow up to make sure that we have control over these essential cross-functional complex data and workflows. That real-time visibility to many different people is something that I think provides real benefits in terms of providing, the agility and insight into the state of a process in a business.
Great. Well, maybe we'll go one level deeper. And what would a typical user be? Can you give us just a couple of examples, perhaps, of who within the company is using?
Yeah, I mean, so from our point, I would say we have two different categories. I have the business subject matter experts, and I always try and convert them into developers of QuickBase. I try and basically train them on how to use the system because they know our business processes, they know their problem better than anybody else. And rather than me trying to, take that and interpret it with somebody, I always try and get them to develop. So they're one level. But then as far as users, people participating, I have people from shop technicians all the way through senior level engineers participating in the apps we build. And it's really democratic in that way where we can basically find any level I can bring people in. Heck, I even have customers using it at this point to put data in or to look at data. I've got subcontractors who are out in the field, installers and construction workers who are using it to look at the issue list that they need to see every day. And so that really, there's no level that can't use these tools, in my opinion.
And maybe speak to how much support do you think they need from a professional developer as far as being able to use the system or application to its entirety?
Well, I think to be able to create applications, there's always a time where bringing in, one of the value-added kind of partners that QuickBase has. I think there's always a time for that. We certainly use a partner, and we find that if we need something really fast, let's say I need something next week instead of something in a month or two when I have the time in my free time to get to it, we'll bring in those partners and they help us just even supercharge that effort further and go even faster.
Mm-hmm. Jay, any comments there?
Yeah, 100%. No, we agree with, we see the same kinds of things. What we find is, particularly in organizations that value culturally the idea of Kaizen or continuous improvement, where they really want to sort of empower and enable anybody from, the shop floor technician all the way to the CEO, the CFO. What we find with QuickBase is they'll start using the application that's provided to them, but then they'll start customizing sort of the reports they see or the type of analysis that they see so that they can have more of a hand in the pile, so to speak, as to how can we make this process better. And we certainly, see what Giovanni is saying, where the training resources we make available to customers generally can help those folks that are, operationally minded and want to get, more skilled and have more impact. They'll lean into that training content and start becoming more skilled on their own. But then certainly we're really happy that Giovanni, that Daifuku leverages partners that are those skilled out experts that can kind of airdrop in and build you something in a week to solve a problem that you have an acute need to get behind. So a lot of the patterns that he's describing, we see and we watch with all of our customers, and we invite new folks looking to join our franchise to explore those resources.
Great. So next question is a bit broader, where digital transformation across the enterprise is top of mind for a lot of executives. What role do you think citizen automation plays in that, and how are you being able to shift mindsets, especially non-technical people, to be able to use technology tools and be able to build it themselves? Jay, maybe start with you, or either Giovanni, go ahead.
Yeah. Sure, I'll get started. I'll just say similar to what I was talking about before, that digital transformation is an agenda topic for any technology organization at any enterprise. How do we leverage the technology assets we have to get more impact? And as I said, there are these big rock categories, AI, ML, Internet of Things, upgrading the network, thinking about where you're going with ERP. All that stuff is really important. It doesn't go away. But this idea of how do we get small rocks of consumable technology that's helping our people on the floor get more value from the technology that we have invested in, so that they're not feeling like, what you don't want is a group of business people or those folks on the floor saying, you know what, the backlog is so long of IT projects that they're never going to get to my little point issue that I have. So we'll just deal with the problem and won't fix it. That's where citizen automation and no-code platforms like QuickBase can really stand in, because now you can give a tool set that is very, very powerful for the end users to start solving problems in their business. And it has the IT governance and control such that that control set is in place. And it's that balance point that I think unleashes a lot of latent potential in organizations where you can really drive these kind of small rock transformations.
Yeah, we really see these types of tools filling in the gap between, some of the more monolithic systems that we have within our organization. And there are always things to do around the edges. Just look at the prevalence of spreadsheets and other tools within the organization, and you'll see that there are business needs that are not being fulfilled by the systems. And so we really see these platforms as a good starting point to fill a lot of those gaps, as well as finding, other needs that business users can create tools within, which, the sky is the limit for how much you would want to do or could do there. But really empowering the business users is the key, in my opinion.
Great. Well, I'm going to wrap us up with one last question. That is, what would you like to say to anyone who's wanting to implement a low-code, no-code platform? And also, a follow-up to that, is it a myth that low-code, no-code platforms only offer basic and simple application capabilities? Is it possible to build enterprise-level applications without coding?
Yes, I'll start with your second question first. It is a complete myth that you can only build simple applications. I have extremely complicated applications that we've built and we continue to use within the platform. I would say that the first thing I would say to anybody who's thinking about starting is, what are you waiting for? Just get going. I mean, it's not that hard to get started. You'll learn so much about your process. So there's really no lost value in just going and getting into it. And if you find that you get out over your skis a little bit, the partners are there to help you. The training is there online. You will only learn more about yourself and your process and your problems if you get started.
Great. Jay, any last parting comments on that?
I couldn't say it better myself. I just say, please, as you get started, please reach out to us at QuickBase. We stand ready. We have 20 years of experience working with enterprise customers like Daifuku, with great advocates like Giovanni, and we stand ready to help you on this journey and help you get started.
Wonderful. I think we covered a lot of ground. As much as I'd love to continue the conversation, this brings us to the end. Thank you both for your time and your insights.
Thank you, Suchi.
Thanks much.
All right. Welcome back, both. I do see some good questions have come in. So let me start with this one. How would you address the lock-in concerns companies have when choosing a low-code, no-code solution?
Great. I'll start, and then would really love to get Giovanni's perspective as a customer. I look at, certainly in any software decision that a customer makes, lock-in is a concern. How do you get sort of deeply embedded? I think with low-code platforms, things like QuickBase, one of the elements that I talk to customers a lot is that the lock-in risk is actually quite a bit lower than with traditional platforms, because at the end of the day, you own your data. You're creating basically tables, fields, relationships, and workflows that are all codified. They're things that you can see. So your ability to pull the data out with the metadata around what are those fields, tables, relationships, and workflows are all yours to be able to keep and recompose in whatever new platform you decide to move to. So in that regard, we look at it as a relatively lower lock-in risk than with other more traditional development platforms. So Giovanni, would love to get your perspective.
Yeah, no, I completely agree that its lock-in risk is relatively low because we're constantly changing the app as it is. And there's nothing that prevents us from just yanking the data out and moving to another platform. The one thing that it actually does is it helps us to really define our processes that may have been undefined or poorly defined in the past. And so in doing that, we actually increase the options that we have for how we use our data instead of decreasing them.
Great. The next one is, can you talk about who should sit on the governance board of low-code, no-code platforms? Is it CTOs, CIOs? I guess they're the obvious maybe, but this has monetary impact. So CRO, CFO is the question. Who makes most sense?
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly managing your user base and understanding how the users are going to play into your budget picture is important. The CTO and potentially CFO probably will both want to be involved in that conversation. But ultimately, you want to get to a point where you set up a governing body that allows the people to create as much as they want to and still kind of fall within your financial objectives. You can control it tightly or you can control it loosely, and really that's going to depend on how you decide to strategically control the app.
Great. Jay, anything?
No, I mean, I think that's well said. I mean, I think generally speaking, what we see with our customers is a platform like QuickBase really enabling and catalyzing partnership between the business groups and IT. And in that regard, you certainly want CFOs in the financial group around to manage budget and whatnot, but it really is about giving the business the flexibility, the agility they need to drive the business forward while enabling IT to manage the risks, the security, the data governance that's required to keep the business safe.
Great. In the interest of time, I think this might be the last question, but low-code, no-code currently is mostly for quick and simple projects versus enterprise transformation. When will it mature to a stage when low-code, no-code devs can undertake big projects? Do you agree or not?
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the premise of the question in general. I do think that low-code, no-code is capable of doing large enterprise level applications. I think that one of the things that is important is for us to simplify the way we think about these applications so that they can use low code, no code without any code, or to find good uses for partners to develop some of the coded pieces. But there's no reason you couldn't do an enterprise level ERP, you couldn't do an enterprise level WMS. These things are all possible. It's just deciding if you want to go that route and customize it fully for your business.
Great.
Yeah, 100%. We would say, I would just add briefly that we work with customers all the time to provide the simplicity and flexibility of no code with the enterprise gradeness for people to build powerful, high scale enterprise applications in their business.
Wonderful. Perfect time. Thank you both again for taking the time to join us, and back to Stuart.
Thank you so much, Shuchi, and thanks to Giovanni and Jay. Wonderful conversation. Coming up soon, we're going to have Trey Braden of Randstad and Romy Malvia from Pulpstream in a conversation with VentureBeat's very own Haley Haggerty. But before that, we're stopping for a caffeine hit. And despite the fact that I'm in Berlin and it's 8 p.m., I will be joining you. Here is my caffeine hit. So please go and get yours. Join other attendees in the clubhouse. If you are in the event portal, click the access link right below. Fill in a short entry form, and you can sit with fellow attendees to discuss this morning's sessions. If you're watching via live stream, visit venturebeat.com. Click the low code, no code summit link to register. It just takes 2 minutes. Get full access to the event portal. And don't forget, if you want to participate in today's speed networking event, you must register before 2:15 p.m. Pacific. Go to the link below, right below, to register. We're going to be back at 11:10 a.m. Pacific. And if you're wondering what that is in your local time, well, don't worry, we thought of everything. You'll see your own time zone right in the portal. So it pays to be in the portal, in case you hadn't got the message. So definitely register. Takes 2 minutes. We'll see you back here at 11:10 a.m. PT. Please go and get your caffeine. I know I am.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet Pulpstream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction scheduled to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using Pulpstream. Pulpstream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office?
Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you got large amounts of caffeine into your system. I know I did. In our next session, we are very pleased to welcome Trey Braden, Director of Risk Management for Randstad, Romy Malvia, founder and CEO of PulpStream, and they'll be in a conversation with Haley Haggerty, GM of Events for VentureBeat, to discuss their shared experience implementing a no-code solution and share some of the lessons learned, the challenges faced, and the best practices. Haley, please take it away.
Hi everyone, welcome to the session, How the World's Largest Staffing Company, Randstad, generated 1,000% ROI by streamlining risk and safety processes using a no-code platform. I'm Haley Haggerty, the GM of Events for VentureBeat, and I am joined today by Trey Braden, the Director of Risk Management for Randstad, and Romy Malvia, the founder and CEO of PulpStream. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pleasure to be here.
Great. And I'm so sad we're not on the beach, Trey. I'm so sad to see your background, but I love it.
Yes.
So we're here to talk. Right.
Yeah, it's
we're here to
I wish it was real.
Yeah, me too. That would be so great. That'd be so great. So we're here to talk about the way that you've worked together to actually have this really successful case study for today's event. Trey, PulpStream worked with Randstad to implement this no-code solution. The title of the session is so impressive, the 1000% ROI by streamlining your risk and safety processes using a no-code platform. So can you tell us why you decided to go on the low no-code journey and how you worked with the PulpStream team to really have a successful implementation?
Yeah, absolutely. So at Randstad, workers' compensation is the second largest expense after payroll. And we have been challenged with manual processes regarding how we administer workers' compensation claims. The paper processes were being used not only to intake claims, but to kick off investigation of claims. And then, of course, we also, in the prevention area of risk management, worksite evaluations really go a long way to prevent claims from happening in the first place, which is the most ideal situation. And all of that was being administered by paper. And because of that, we realized quickly after meeting Romy and learning more about PulpStream, we started to realize that there was a lot of opportunity to make a dent in our spend. So being about $50 million annually that we spend on workers' compensation, we quickly realized that even a small percentage dent in that by coming off a manual process could really have a lot of opportunity to bring a substantial ROI to Randstad.
That's great. And Romy, big question here for you. What are the overall benefits from your perspective of a low-code or no-code solution? What did you do to help Randstad actually have this successful case study?
Sure. I think I would like to start with this, that PulpStream is a no-code platform. And we intentionally moved away from any concept of coding within PulpStream. And the overall goal was that we wanted to avoid chunks of code written at multiple places, which is what the promise of no code brings, to a platform where there is absolutely no scope for coding, and which is what was really empowering to Trey and his team at Randstad. I think Trey can attest to it, but I felt that how the entire risk management team was able to design a solution, improve it iteratively, and really bring it into production with a minimal help from IT. So the goal is to empower business users, and that is what really happened at Randstad. Another thing is, Trey, if you notice, he talks about paper processes. I mean, this was an interesting use case early on in our journey as a startup back in 2016. We had named our company PulpStream. Pulp stands for paper, and we will streamline paper-driven processes. And we indeed found a company that had some PDFs, some paper-driven processes. And given that we, as a no-code platform, were focused heavily on just streamlining processes, empowering user by connecting people to right information, this was a perfect use case. And that's where the two teams got together. And today after 5 years, we have a solution running beautifully for years together. So that was quite empowering to Randstad. And that gave us a lot of insights into how we can help companies like Randstad.
That's great. When you mentioned your name, PulpStream, I thought of orange juice. You said chunks of data, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's a great name. But yeah, it makes sense that you're getting rid of the paper. But I think it still works for the pulp and orange juice too, especially when you're saying chunks of data. Great company name. So, Romy, why do companies... Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I wanted to ask, why do companies really buy a product like yours versus build it internally? What would be the recommendations to utilize someone like yourself in your company?
Yeah. So I don't think companies like Randstad ever intend to build platforms like this. So either they will build solutions like this, develop solutions for streamlining such processes in-house, or they will choose an out-of-box solution available in the market. The availability of platforms like PulpStream has given them the opportunity to, instead of buying a off-the-shelf solution and then spend endless hours or months customizing it, they had a chance to set up the blueprint of what their processes should look like. And they were able to start from scratch and turn those blueprints into actual pieces of forms and processes and workflow steps without writing code. So that was the biggest benefit to them. That instead of settling into somebody else's off-the-shelf solution and then endless customization, they started with a blueprint of how their process should be, and then they were able to set up that entire process or digitize that entire process within one stream. Processes for any organization is their core competency. That's what really sets them apart. And our goal as a platform is to help companies like Randstad design those core competencies, continuously improve them, and empower your end users, your employees, your partners.
Great. So we've talked about the good parts of introducing no-code solutions. What are the challenges of it? And I would love to hear from both of you, Romy, from obviously your side as the Pulpstream CEO and founder, and obviously with Tree utilizing your solutions. So maybe you start, Tree.
Yeah, one of the biggest challenges, I think, is moving into a situation where it's such a big leap to come from a process that's paper-based to go to a process that's digitally based, meaning that the traditional software development lifecycle can be slow. And with a no-code solution like Pulpstream and the flexibility that it has to offer, it was really important that we didn't permanently attach ourselves to one idea at the beginning and just have the ability to evolve that idea based on what we're seeing as things play out, going onto a digital platform for the first time. So the challenges is, things change from what you were originally looking to do once you get going and you start developing on a digital platform. And that could be challenging, but the silver lining here is because of the agility of kind of the prototyping approach that we've adopted and that Romy has embraced with us, we've been able to quickly adapt and make sure that our end product matches ultimately what is going to work best for us, instead of sticking to something that we have to stick to because that's what we said we were going to do, and then find out that the value wasn't as really, it needed to be different through experience.
Great. Would you agree, Romy?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are two sides to what Trey is talking about. One of them is, as Trey talked about, now they have the platform using which you can really design and keep improving the processes. And that's actually a very motivating to us, that they are excited about it. They may even get carried away with it. And continuously work on improving the process, because the way the platform has been designed is to encourage that. Your processes are not going to be cast in stone ever. If you want to stay competent, your processes needs to be improved based on market conditions and change and redirected and targeted. So we like the fact that Randstad embarked on that journey and used the platform the way it was designed to motivate them to continuously improve and change. However, having said that, given that the platform introduces capabilities such as make changes and immediately it becomes available on the mobile platform everywhere to the end users, and there are thousands of them, 4,000 to be precise, you do want to bring some discipline into your process, into how you are going to bring change and how you are going to introduce your end users about it, so that they don't see a change, the user interface experience changing every day. Rather, there is a development cycle and there is a production cycle associated with it, so that there is a 1 week frequency or 2 week frequency. So bringing a discipline is very important because that brings the stability, gives the stability to your branch offices, your locations. And that's why we provided constructs like a sandbox environment. And then you test something in sandbox environment and then you publish it into production. And Randstad adopted that process also. And so change is good. Exploration, productivity benefits are all good, but bring discipline into your design and development environment as you would do it if you were to write code from scratch.
Haley, if you don't mind, I wanted to make a comment on the buy versus build.
Of course.
That was mentioned earlier. One of the benefits that Randstad has realized to be in a buy versus situation versus a build situation is in a buy situation, inherently it offers a lot of benefits from folks that have similar problems to you, being able to capitalize on that. And what I mean by that is there's a lot of commonalities that companies face when they automate processes. And when you build something internally, you don't get that feedback from the other customers of an external platform. It's only your own feedback because you built it and made it available only internally. But when you buy a platform and that platform has a lot of customers that use it, there's a good chance that somebody has the same problem you have and may have already solved it. And the next thing you know, it's available as a release that's made available to everybody. So you end up getting a better product because you have more feedback coming in from various companies and various industries. That was one of the big reasons that we wanted to buy versus build. And then in terms of no code platform, no coding for us, to me, rather than pushing a project and further bottlenecking an IT department, similar to problems that other IT departments have, that no code situation not only empowered us, as you guys mentioned, but it allowed us to have a better product, because what it's doing basically is it's putting some design and architecture decisions closer to the business and allowing the business to participate and take out a lot of translation that typically happens in the middle from a business analyst and so forth. So a no-code solution kind of puts the business in the driver's seat a little bit. That really is revolutionary to where I think things are going in the tech industry, because it's not only are we getting more done, we're collaborating better, but we're getting a better product as a result of just having the folks that have the requirements starting to get their fingers into the build and the product itself to make sure that you get something that you're really going to value.
Yeah, thanks for adding that commentary. I think that's important. And that was something I wanted to ask as well. Both of you, I'm sure there's other organizations you're working with, Romy, that have faced the same issues that Trey and his team did. So that's great. And how long have you been working together on this no-code solution? Has it been years? Has it been months?
I think it is, we have been working together and we are fortunate to have Randstad as customers since 2016.
2016, we were pitching the idea around 2016. And I believe we actually met in 2015 because we were really pushing the idea around about March of 2016. So it's been quite a partnership. And like you said, 1,000% ROI, it's been very significant. I mean, clearly there's a lot of things that you lose in a manual process that you gain in a digital process, just having the algorithms and the non-human aspect, just picking up on things that might otherwise be missed or just treated inconsistently because you have different people touching things.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Let me
go ahead.
Add to what Trey said, that one of the biggest reasons why there was a quick success into this was the platform gave ability to Randstad branch offices to basically visit customer sites, to talk to the employee at the location, carrying their mobile phone, and Pulp Stream will run on their phone, even in the environments where there was no connectivity. So this entire digitization got a big push because many a times Randstad clients were not permitting network connectivity inside the warehouse or inside some other environments. but Randstad still wanted to get a lot of processes completed, such as safety evaluations and risk assessments. And Pulpstream offline mode really gave them ability. So I think that was a real big plus. Trey, what do you think?
Absolutely, it was a big plus. A lot of our work is in a manufacturing and logistics environment, and you can't always depend on cellular or Wi-Fi connections. And to be able to lose that connection, still seamlessly track and continue on with collecting information, and have that automatically sync back up once a connection is received again, either on your cell phone or through or tablet through Wi-Fi or cellular, and to have that automatically sync back up was a real differentiator, and still is today with Pulpstream.
That's great. Thank you so much. And I have one final question for you. What does the future of no code look like? You've been working together for 5 years. Is this going to be a long-term relationship? And Romy, like, what do you see your company extending, this solution to in 10 years' time?
Yeah, I mean, we certainly believe this will be a long-term relationship. We have completed 5 years now, and we want the relationship to grow and continue to prosper. The way we will do it is by continuously providing additional benefits to our esteemed customers like Trey and Randstad. Now, as a no-code platform, our goal is to, of course, continue to add components to the platform that allows customers to do some exciting things, whether it is in their warehouses or retail stores or for employees on the edge of their enterprise. Now, one key capability that we introduced is we brought up set of templated solutions so that people don't have to start from scratch. They can start from our template solutions and then implement their blueprint on top of it. So those
just
are
really
some
quickly, I would say that it's explosive, the future of no code platform. And I like to tell you that those were the only processes that we have that are manual. There's certainly lots and lots and lots, and I don't think Randstad's alone, but processes that always should be improved upon. There's other manual processes. And to be honest with you, there's no reason why we can't replicate the benefits that we got out of digitizing that process to digitize other processes and workflows that would benefit from technology.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, we still find gaps everywhere in many organizations. So the future is bright.
Yeah, well, thank you so much for your time. Pulpstream, paper, or concentrate oranges. I think you've got a great solution. I'm so glad you got to share this wonderful case study with us. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you
for having us.
Well, thanks very much for that. Great conversation, and now we're on to live Q&A. So I've got some questions from the audience for you both. So the first question is, how do you decide which manual processes to automate with low code, no code versus RPA? Is this the same thing? I'll hand that over to Romy first to answer.
Thanks, Haley, and thank you everyone for joining us today. So to answer your question, no, Pulpstream is not an RPA. Typically in RPA, you are going to take advantage of any repetitive process which works in the same way for almost all the use cases, such as sending invoices to customers at the end of every day based on an Excel sheet that you are receiving. You will automate that in RPA. But in Pulpstream, you will automate processes that requires a knowledge worker. It's like a case. So depending on the scenario, different kind of decisions needs to be taken. An example, a leave of absence process. Depending on type of the leave the employee is asking for, what federal rules will apply, what state specific rules will apply. Some of that will be assisted by the platform, but some of that decisions may be taken by a knowledge worker. So those kind of processes are best processes to be streamlined using Pulpstream.
Great. And what do you think, Trey, about that question?
Yeah, I think for us, what's important to distinguish is if a process still has room for improvement. And when you come off a paper process onto a digital process, chances are you're not in a situation where you could use RPA because your hands-on experience with a digital tool for the first time is likely going to require change and involvement in the process, taking you to places that you haven't thought about being before.
Great, thanks for answering that question. The next question we have from one of our participants is, can you explain the level of integration that a low no-code solution needs to work seamlessly? Can the integration also be low-code, no-code?
So it depends on your solution needs, what process you are trying to streamline, and that will define what level of integration you need. But because it is a no code platform, you can integrate with any system of records, whether it is a no code or whether it is a coding or even your custom solution. So, level of integration depends on your solution. Chances are that if you want to run your process properly, you need some kind of integration with your existing systems. And it doesn't matter what kind of systems they will.
Do you have anything to add to that, Trey?
Yeah, integration is of particular importance to us in terms of just having the capabilities are really derived from integrations. So without integrations, without able to get our hands on that data, you're not really going to put yourself in a situation to get off manual processes. And that's the point. So we took extra time to make sure that we had all the right data and then we had it all automated so we could take full advantage of what PulpStream has to offer.
Great. There was one question that we didn't cover, which was timing. So what was the time taken for such an implementation, Trey, that you went through with PulpStream with this particular case study?
Yeah, when I think of implementations, I kind of think of it as going on with your going live with your bare bones use case and then starting to add to it from there. So we're talking 6 to 12 months to be fully implemented. But of course, working with Romy and his flexibility, we had things happening really in a matter of a month to get things tested and working. And another thing that's been really great about PulpStream is their flexibility to work with us, as we realize that we like A a little bit better than B. Is C possible? And PulpStream is always very flexible with that. So with that, you add a little bit to the implementation time, but of course we got a better quality product. We weren't stuck to the initial design, which really went a long way because the system development lifecycle, as everybody can relate to, could really put you in a situation where you go live with something that is already outdated. But our approach with Romy, kind of a prototyping approach, really helped us evolve and get the process right.
Great. Well, I'm sorry we have to end there, but this has been amazing to talk to you. I'm sure people will have questions for you both. Hopefully you can hang around and, of course, visit PulpStream's sponsor profile during the day. So thanks again.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you so much to Trey, Romy, and Haley for a very insightful conversation. In our next session, Dr. Melvin Greer, Chief Data Scientist from Intel, will chat with Noel Silva, CEO of AI Leadership Institute, about the benefits of introducing low-code, no-code software on consumer experience, provide real-time, event-driven, personalized experiences, and successfully exceed AI product service expectations. Noel, over to you for the amazing questions. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We are so excited that you have joined us today, especially because we are going to talk about something that certainly is near and dear to my heart, and also just a really innovative moment in time when it comes to technology. I'm so excited because Dr. Melvin Greer, he is here with us, and he's going to actually share really a philosophy around the future of coding. And so I'm just so excited that you're here. Dr. Greer, please introduce yourself and share a little bit about what you want us to learn today.
Thank you, Noel. It's really great for me to be here, and I appreciate the introduction. Yes, I'm Dr. Melvin Greer. I'm Intel's Chief Data Scientist, and we will be talking about innovations in coding that are absolutely impacting AI adoption. And when we think about it, the expression AI adoption is born out of this concept that we're going to be able to use AI to build wonderful things and bring intelligence to almost every facet of our life because of the potential. The funding associated with it, investment associated with it has tripled over a very, very short period of time. But in spite of that investment, what we're seeing is that, a significant number of um, executives are saying that they do not believe that they will have AI adoption strategies on a company-wide basis. And so what we're experiencing is a gap between the ambition associated with AI and its great investment and the actual benefits that are being made at the organizational or agency level. And part of the rub and place where we need to focus in order to get this gap closed, as we can see from idea to concept, is in the development phase, right? It is the development of software that makes AI real. And those business cases that we'll talk a little bit about today illustrate that in a meaningful way. When we think about the challenges that are driving this adoption gap, the number one challenge is this one associated with AI skills and talent. And it's meaningful because without this kind of software development, enterprise class data, and data usage, classification, and aggregation and ingest talent, it's very difficult for us to get a meaningful AI adoption capability and strategy. And so when we look at this, we're seeing Gartner's prediction. Now, of course, this prediction was made in 2017. And we still are waiting for this number to be realized. But there was a prediction that citizen data scientists in the development of analytics capabilities and products would outpace these data scientists that have PhDs and formal training in data science. And so it's a very important concept to think about, especially since low code and no code really help address this exact issue. Now, over time, software has been evolving to create a whole new set of, of tools that help us to deal with the stagnating AI development and adoption strategy. And you can see we've gone from waterfall, and now we're going to be talking about the advances in low code and no code. And when we think about it, Forrester and Microsoft are predicting that this is going to have a significant impact. 10 times more software development via low code, and over 500 million new apps in the next 5 years, more than all apps that have been developed in the last 40 years. So how is this going to be possible, given the fact that we have a shrinking and albeit a significant war on talent, and especially in the software development phase? Well, Gartner again is predicting that 50% of medium and large businesses are going to adopt low code and no code strategies as part of their platforms by 2023. And it's this evolving set of software development capabilities that are really going to have a material impact in helping to meet the challenge of software development absent of large scale coding houses. So how are we going to fill this gap? Well, we're going to look at low code and no code to help us deal with the data problem. Right now, we have data everywhere, but no insight. And that's because we have a significant gap between the people who are developers and have the responsibility for developing capabilities and people who are running the business and are charged with trying to use the insight from that development. The second is a series of endless POCs, but the pilots that those POCs are connected to fail to scale. And again, this is related to an inability to connect the proof of concept directly to a business challenge that is easily internalized by an organization. Often we see solutions that are looking for a problem or a situation where technology is moving faster than the business can comprehend. In each of these cases, low code and no code offers an opportunity to marry and tightly couple the development activity with the business. And of course, chasing the highest ROI will never really result in the most meaningful um, uh, approach to solving this AI adoption gap. VentureBeat is showing us that about 87% of data science projects don't make it in production. And this is a significant hurdle. And we really believe that moving from the traditional waterfall, serial, and other types of agile application development strategies and approaches to low code, no code is going to have a material impact on our ability to move these products and move these projects into production. So what kinds of use cases are we really talking about here? So the first one is around acceleration of time value to market, being able to use low code and no code to significantly reduce the amount of time it takes to get to a valuable insight that the business can use. Automation for reducing technical debt. This is important because this onslaught of technical debt is generally related to our desire to move code into production as quickly as possible, when sometimes it requires more time than normal to actually fix some of the problems, and it then requires us to go back. Low code and no code is designed to address that. And then I mentioned this increase in citizen data scientists and our ability to harness the power of all citizens, people of color, women, people who are kids, people who might be disabled. People across the board now have the ability to impact AI development using some of these key benefits like visualization and prototyping, pre-built templates and microservices, and the ability to use business project management, process management, workflow automation to quickly and easily move their ideas into an environment where they can drive real development of AI solutions. So I want to end, this is my last slide, I believe, on this focus on skills, not roles. And when we looked at the OECD top 10 skills of 2020, you'll see that there's a lot of great skills on here. And the top one is complex problem solving. But one of the things you will see significant by its absence is this focus on coding. If we take a look at the top 25, the top 10 skills for 2025, we'll see a more detailed understanding of what we want folks to be able to do. And the top of the list now is analytical thinking and innovation. And so as people start developing these skills, then we need to be able to use tools like low code and no code to harness the power of this analytical thinking at all levels of the organization and drive that into tools and solutions for AI that are making them easy to adopt. So what's the way forward? Let's see, the way forward requires a cultural shift toward collaboration. It requires business user involvement and improvement, and the prioritization of business use cases, as well as the development of minimum viable application capabilities for extensibility and scale. This is the way forward that low code and no code points to. And I'm absolutely excited to be able to share these with you because I believe as we look to take the power of AI and make it available across the board, that low code and no code solutions will be the tool set that allow us to do just that. Noelle, we are going to be turning it back to you.
Well, thank you so much for that. I was looking and listening to all of the different pieces that you said and actually took a ton of notes. I'm sure our audience did as well. It's such a rich environment, right, that you're talking about, because it doesn't just affect one industry or one area. It really goes across verticals, and it's why it's such an exciting time. I love the future of coding. I'm super excited to dive into that. I know we have a ton of questions. I'm super excited for our live Q&A that will happen in just a little bit. But for this, let's just maybe take a couple of the questions that came up as I was watching you. We have, of course, right now, this kind of deficit in talent. We have more things to do than people to do them. How do you feel this low code, no code movement will impact our talents?
Noel, I'm really excited about it, but it really remains to be seen. We're really trying hard to incentivize more people to participate in the development of AI solutions. We need a larger and more diverse set of folks participating. I always say if it's not diverse, then it's not ethical, and we shouldn't try and deploy it. So I think that it has the potential to have a very positive impact on more people participating in the development of solutions, which is exactly what we need.
Awesome. I totally agree. And I love that you brought up ethics. And, that's an area of focus that I like to think about. And along those lines, I'm often thinking about, bias in products and how do we avoid it? And how do we get more voices and diversity and inclusion at the table? So how do you feel like, I think you touched on it a little bit. Is there anything more you'd want to share maybe about how low code and no code might make this more accessible to more diverse voices or people?
Yeah, so I think part of this conversation is a little bit laughable, right? Because when we talk about the war on talent and we talk about the impact of low code or no code on people of color, we already have a very, very large talent pool of people of color who are absolutely qualified in the traditional coding mechanism. So we don't really need low code and no code to get more Black people and people of color,
Amen,
more women
brother.
into this conversation. What we need to do is we need to change our viewpoint and go to places that we haven't gone to traditionally. I will say, however, that low code and no code has an opportunity to even open the aperture beyond people of color to all people, right? To all people. So people who are disabled, women, children, elderly, all people who have an opportunity to think of and create an idea that they want to move into an application space without having to code now have an opportunity to do that. So that is going to provide more voices, but we don't really need low code and no code to get more Black people engaged here. What we really need is a different way of participating in it and creating new avenues of representation. I think we will accelerate more people who don't have the necessary coding skills into that conversation. But I think that we have a responsibility to take a look at what we already have too.
I couldn't agree more. I actually love that answer because I also agree wholeheartedly. Like we have a huge amount of talent that we're not seeing in a certain way, and we're not adopting, and we're not seeing their voices show up in our technology. But to your point, it does increase the funnel, right? It allows anyone with an idea, and this is what I truly love about it. If you have an idea, technology no longer is your barrier, right? It's not the reason you don't do a thing. And I love that about this because it just equalizes the playing field.
And Noel, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of where
great.
that's most manifest. What we're seeing now is an extremely large percentage of startups in diverse communities. And the reason we're seeing all this entrepreneurial energy is because now we have tools that allow these people to take their ideas and very, very quickly go from ideation into product development. And while they may have some issue with technical debt that low code can help with, now we have a facility that allows democratization of data that we've been talking about so fervently in the past to become more real, right?
Exactly. I love it. I mean, it's really inspiring because it does make it not only technical components become a non-issue, but also who you are, where you came from, what college you went to also becomes a non-issue, so that the ideas really become the forefront. And I love it. I remember working with someone who had no business flying a drone, but ended up happening upon bridge surveillance, right? It was like, ooh, I could see things with this. And then ended up going to Microsoft, finding some models that they could use to actually label those images. And this person was not a technologist, right, by trade, but ended up uncovering a problem that they saw and were able to create a solution that ended up turning into a real product. And I just think, that is the future of coding, right? The future of ideas become reality. So I love that. Thank you so much. Of course, I was writing down some notes, and I'm thinking from my perspective as a technologist in the enterprise, right? I work with some of the biggest companies in the world. And so I want to shift gears a little bit to time to value, right? We say this a lot. We're like, this is going to accelerate time to value or get you to market faster. Can you maybe talk a little bit about the reality of, what low code, no code does for us in this space from an enterprise perspective?
When we talk about time to value, Noel, we can juxtapose it against the traditional software development, modeling, and deployment strategies. They tend to be kind of clunky, heavyweight. Even with lightweight coding tools, we're seeing the advancement of some really great open source frameworks. But when we apply low code and no code, what we're getting is graphical representation, visualization tools that are born out of a lean approach that is focused on modular development of code. And what that does is it tends to accelerate our ability to get the code out. But I think the most significant portion of low code, no code is who's doing it, right? So the people who are doing it are no longer divorced from the domain space in which this code is going to reside. So now, if I'm a plumber and I have an idea about plumbing, I can build a new plumbing app without having to go find somebody who doesn't know anything about plumbing and then spend all this time explaining it to them. So being able to marry the domain space and fuse it quickly with the application development toolkit is really what is going to provide this acceleration. And what I think is most significant is there's this iterative capability that goes along with software development that low code and no code offers as well. As the business changes, then we can use this facility to update, re-energize, and redeploy very, very quickly.
I love that. Yes. And it actually reminds me or causes me to think about the life of the developer themselves, and even I don't actually think low code and no code is only for like people who are just getting into tech and just learning to code. I think it can be an accelerator, right, for the people doing this work every day. And it's not necessarily a barometer of complexity or, or of sophistication of the idea. But one thing that is often a challenge for us, especially as devs, is like data management and infrastructure and all the pieces that go into a typical software engineering like workload, right, or work that we do. Can you talk to us as we close maybe a little bit about how that changes for low code and no code and what your perspective is on that?
Yeah, let me jump right to a use case that might illustrate the point. Intel is working very closely with one of its partner firms called EasySend. It's a low code, no code facility and toolkit focused on financial services and insurance. This is allowing our customers to quickly build applications, insert new code via their forms, process account opening, deal with insurance claims, complex solutions that are now simplifying and transforming the customer view. The customer engagement experience is now radically changed because of this low code, no code strategy. One of the facets of this toolkit, which is so important, is that we're separating the building component of the toolkit from the deployment player part of the toolkit. And this is a very important thing because it helps to deal with security and privacy. But I would say that example is one that we're really excited about.
Yeah, and it really it puts all the pieces together for us, right? Like it's an example of time to value. It's an example of leveraging, getting ideas closer to the market quicker. And I really sincerely hope that we will have opportunities to speak more with you about what you're doing in the future. This has been a great conversation. It's always too short, but it's been my pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Noel. I'm really happy to get a chance to talk with you about it.
Hi. Thank you so much for this. And audience, this is time for you to join in and ask your questions live of Dr. Greer. We have a couple of them coming in already, and thank you so much for doing that. We have somebody asking, how does IT ensure governance and success with low-code, no-code tools when providing these capabilities to business users. Dr. Greer, thoughts?
Sure. I don't actually think that the governance process or the management process of code will significantly change regarding the source, right? So if we have best practices, that we have governance and management of whether code gets propagated to production or moves from a development environment into a production environment, those capabilities, those guardrails would continue to stay in place, independent of whether they come from business users or academicians, or they come from in-house or external programmers or developers. So if you have those capabilities, then I would say continue to use them independent of source. And of course, if you don't have those capabilities, then the starting point is to ensure that you have a governance and management of code so that you can ensure it's right for propagation as well as manage any kind of backward compatibility.
Excellent. Thank you. We have another question this one's from Josh. Thank you for asking these questions. By the way, we've got a lot of great questions, and I wish we had more time to get to all of them. Josh asks, are there systematic ways to assess whether low-code, no-code solutions will be viable options for large-scale use cases instead of high-code? Thoughts?
Yeah, I think that the goal of software development is to get to production quickly. So certainly one of the major metrics that we're going to be looking for is the speed with which we can get this code into an environment where it's able to actually start producing some insights. But if we remember the closing the gap slide that I had, what we're really trying to do with low code is democratize the software development process. So, and a metric that we may not have traditionally thought about was where is code coming from that's not part of our traditional sources, right? Are we able to identify clear ways to infuse the business responsibilities and business functions into software in a better way than we had previously? That would be another metric that we would constantly look at. And then, of course, are we able to measure the return on investment of code in the same way that we are from business users as we would from traditional developers? So I love the question because what it does is gives us an opportunity to look at new metrics that we may not have thought of before. I think another metric which I'm particularly focused on is, does the new code from these low code, no code environments, do they have the same kind of biases and transparency issues that some of our traditional non-domain specific developers might have? And if we fuse the two, is there an improvement? So our ability to democratize code, get it to production faster, drive new innovation, and then look for bias and transparency issues are the key metrics that I would ask if we were going to do low code, no code.
Oh, thank you so much. And thank you, audience, for these questions. Back over to you, Stuart.
Thank you so much, Wendy, for asking those wonderful questions in the Q&A session. And thank you to Dr. Greer and Noel for a great session in the first place. Coming up next, we have Amin Kazerouni, Chief Data and Analytics Officer of Orange Theory Fitness, sitting down with Wendy Shuchar from Managing Editor of VentureBeat to discuss the best tools to leverage to create an environment for easy access to information and knowledge from large volumes of unstructured data. So, right back to you, Wendy.
Hello, I'm Wendy Shuchart. I'm the managing editor at VentureBeat, and I'm lucky enough to get to sit down with Amin Kazerouni. He's the Chief Data and Analytics Officer at Orange Theory Fitness. He's the former head of AI and machine learning at Zappos, and now he applies his years of wisdom and analytics, refining the Orange Theory data info stack and processes. Today, we're going to talk about how Orange Theory went about designing and building their low-code, no-code tools, some lessons learned, some best practices established, and some challenges that they have overcome along the way. Welcome, Amin. How are you doing today?
Thanks for having me, Wendy. I'm doing great, and it's always exciting to sit down with anyone from VentureBeat and talk about technology. So my name is Amin Kazaroni, Chief Data and Analytics Officer for Orange Theory Fitness. Just a quick little introduction to Orange Theory. Orange Theory makes it simple to get more life out of your workout. It's one of the fastest growing franchise companies out there. It blends a unique trifecta of science, coaching, and technology working together seamlessly to provide a 60-minute workout experience. We've got about 1,400 studios spread across 50 US states and 25 countries. And it's a really exciting opportunity to play with some data specifically around cardiorespiratory fitness, which is, I think, something the world's got a lot more aware of, just the importance of health and wellness. And it's an exciting opportunity and an exciting team to be a part of. So I'm happy to be here to talk about some of the work we're doing.
Excellent. Thank you. Now, I mean, you're blending that science and technology into the back end too, right? So can you tell me a little bit more, walk the audience through the implementation journey?
Yeah, so Orange Theory at its core has always been very technology focused with a very strong tech presence in the studio. For those of you familiar with the experience, you wear proprietary heart rate monitors, you see your heart rate in the zones you're in on the screens, and all that data makes it back to corporate as well. In addition to that, the number of studios spread across so many countries and so many states gives us the opportunity to get a lot of information in, but it also increases the complexity of organizing all of that information in a way that is accessible, interpretable, and actually usable to drive strategic decisions, to drive operational efficiencies, to actually elevate the member experience. So step one almost in trying to like set up a data and analytics organization at a company with that much rich data that it has been disciplined about collecting from the very beginning is to make some pretty critical decisions about your technical stack. How are you going to do your data warehousing? How are you going to do your ETL? What are your critical data domains that require governed data assets? And as you jump into that, you'll come to the realization that it's all important, but what you want to think about is which stakeholders are ready to receive the data. You can spend the same amount of energy and commitment in governing different data assets across various data domains. But at the end of the day, you don't want to build a complex data asset that's expensive to put together if it's a department that's not ready to be data driven. So it's a balancing act between identifying the right partners and identifying the right data domains and balancing the ease of implementation against the likelihood of consumption. So that's kind of been the journey we're on. And we call it industrializing data assets as we work through the various data domains we've identified. And it's been a lot of fun, and it's honestly the best way to learn a business.
True, very true. Now, in terms of, you had mentioned like, how do you build something and put a lot of expensive data into an area of the business that might not be ready? How did you deal with that kind of build versus buy conundrum? Like, how did you decide?
So, I'm a strong believer, and I've said this before, in focusing on building your differentiators. So identifying the data assets that were important for industrialization, which would help us drive strategic imperatives that further differentiated Orange Theory's and experience, was a critical part of the prioritization process. In addition to that, we try not to build things that there are entire companies dedicated to getting right. So that's an easy kind of rule of thumb. We leverage Snowflake as our data warehouse because Snowflake spends every day building, optimizing, and improving what Snowflake does. We use Airflow as our DAG orchestrator because it's got a rich open source community that's focused every day on the nuances of DAG orchestration. So these are easy decision points when it comes to build versus buy. On the stakeholder side of it, where we're trying to decide what data asset to prioritize to make available in these low to no code environments, it's pretty simple. It's just stakeholder interviews, sitting down with the stakeholder, talking to them about what their needs are, understanding their roadmap. And very suddenly you'll see clarity in areas that are blocked or relying more on intuition than they are comfortable with because of a lack of access to data or a dependency on high-tech resources to tap into data. And that's kind of your blueprint right there on where you want to focus. Because the reality of no-code solutions are, it takes a lot of code to build them. The price needs to be paid somewhere. You're just paying it up front so that the ease of access is available downstream.
Now, you tapped on a few things that I'm really curious about, and I'm sure our audience is too. There's the element of the homegrown solution and how it integrates, and then also the different levels of access and integration. So let's take those one at a time. First, can you dive into your technology a little bit and explain how the homegrown system kind of works with where you connect it to the other tools like Airtable and Snowflake?
So I'll talk about, an analogy that I like using internally as well, is that if I ask you a question, who accompanied Frodo Baggins to Mordor, you may know that it's from Lord of the Rings, you may know the answer, you may know that it comes from a fantasy novel, but the reality of it is whatever your level of subject matter expertise is in the area, which is it's in a fantasy novel, let's say, if you have to find the answer in a room that's just got every book ever written strewn across the floor versus in a library that follows some level of organization versus a bookshelf that just has every fantasy novel on it versus if I gave you all the Lord of the Rings book, you're the same person with the same level of subject matter expertise. It's exponentially harder to answer the same question. So the level of organization of information is a driver of how easily you can answer a question. And that's how we think about layers of integration and access as well. The closer we get to the books, the more low to no code it becomes to analyze and pull an answer out. And the further away it gets from the books, the more you're getting into data engineers, putting books from our messy rooms into our library and sorting out our bookshelves. The data is easier to access. So stepping away from the analogy and talking more about technology, the messy rooms are various systems of record, just tools that were built to serve very specific experiences in a production environment. The library is our data warehouse where we leverage Snowflake to where our data engineers use Airflow to run these complex ETL and make sure the data is up to date and refreshed with what the current representation and reality is. Our bookshelves and our book reports, if you will, are effectively dashboards and certified data sets that we make available through Power BI. And when you think about that, the Power BI layer of access is close to no code if you're just looking at a dashboard. But even there, it's important to understand what do the numbers in the dashboard mean? Are we all speaking a shared language? Are we leveraging this information in the same way? When I say something, do you interpret what I intended you to interpret because we all agree on the meanings and definitions of business metrics? So that's where the real effort comes in. Even though it's super easy to consume information, is it being consumed in the right way and used in the right way? One step up would be certified data sets in Power BI, where, Excel power users, Power BI power users, people familiar with pivot tables can do a lot more with the data, but still don't need to know SQL or know how to write code. And that's kind of the levels of access we've determined are easy to make the data available. And one step before that are, governed data sets that you require SQL to access. And even there's courses and programs that you can put together to democratize access even at that level. But I think hopefully it's emerging as a pipeline of easier to access, but less technical skills required, but still subject matter expertise remains critical throughout the kind of hierarchy of data access.
Okay, thank you for walking us through that data stack. That really makes a lot of sense. Now, you just touched on something that I'm really curious about. Some organizations are really afraid of implementing low code, no code. Fears that it's going to eliminate dev jobs. Maybe it might open up access, compliance issues. What are your thoughts on that?
So I think I can understand where the fear comes from, but the reality of it is this infrastructure that I'm talking about, this environment that we've developed is not all the data and analytics organization does. This is one of the key kind of products the data and analytics organization provides to ensure that the company is becoming more data native and more data driven, and data driven decision making is ingrained in the culture and DNA of every department within the organization. But at the same time, the data and analytics organization is also focused on building our differentiators, the areas of the business that cannot be elevated, the operational efficiencies that cannot be driven without extremely complicated high-tech solutions that it's better to dedicate our resources to. So I don't think of this as replacing dev jobs. I think of it as opening up the bandwidth for your devs and your data engineers and your machine learning scientists to focus on problems that are exciting for them to solve, and at the same time are critical transformational experiences or products that you're building within your organization. Not to say that the low code, no code solutions aren't also driving transformation. They are, but you don't need to dedicate your developer resources to certain areas to be able to successfully drive that change. And I'll take it a step further where we're out in the market, we're recruiting aggressively for this team, and it's difficult to recruit. There's a shortage of talent out there right now. The demand's much higher than the supply. So being able to facilitate your data resources, BI engineers, machine learning scientists, whatever it may be, to focus on complicated, exciting problems that are true differentiators for the company likely helps with retention and recruiting as well. So I honestly think the fear of developers kind of losing out is not a good one to stop you from your no journey. I think it just allows you to refocus them on what they really want to be focused on.
Excellent. Thank you. Now, you brought up a couple of points in the middle of that, and I'm really curious, what are your best practices that you've applied at Orange Theory to the low-no system?
So I think that, we don't formally think of this as a low-no system as much of it as democratizing information, right? The purpose of this program that we're discussing today is how do we democratize access to information? So one of the best practices, and I think the kind of first principle of this program is these aren't tools being built for developers. They're tools being built for subject matter experts. You want to keep people looped in early. You want to talk to your stakeholders early. You want them to truly feel like customers who are being given a bespoke set of tools for them to be able to do their jobs better and easier. And I think that that's critical because there's a sense of ownership that gets created both between your team that's developing the tool, but also the consumer that is going to consume and use the tool. And the tool's only as valuable as the users adopting it. So I think that first principle right there is getting your stakeholders involved early, letting them develop a sense of ownership over the product. Rightfully so, because you likely build a better product that is easier to adopt and use if you're actively listening to the needs of the customer. You're better positioned for success.
Excellent. Well stated. Thank you. Now, as you're talking, it's making me think about when we started this conversation, you were talking about how Orange Theory has always kind of embraced science and data and the power of analytics. I'm just wondering, in terms of culture at Orange Theory, were there any markers that made your organization especially ripe for building this type of technology into your framework? Or are there other organizations that might not be super ripe for this technology?
I don't think any organization's ever not ripe for being more data-driven or data-informed. I think that an organization that has invested early in collecting large volumes of data benefits more from a focused and structured approach to organizing your institutional knowledge into easily accessible forms that do not require high-tech resources to tap into the information. And I think Orange Theory is a great example of a company that has people who are passionate about technology, fitness, and science just because it's built into the culture of the brand, and large and rich volumes of data because it was built into the product. So we were positioned to really leverage our data assets, and we've always been. That being said, I think that you want to disconnect the complexity of the solution from the need to be data-driven. If you're a smaller organization with smaller volumes of data that doesn't require fancy solutions, and you don't think of it as a low-no solution because you don't have the non-low-no solution, that doesn't mean you're not ripe to be data-driven. I think strong tools in Excel, simple data-driven modeling, disciplined longitudinal tracking of OKRs and KPIs is always going to result in more informed decision-making. And that should be part of your run book from the beginning, regardless of the volume of data or the complexity of your engineering stack.
Very good. Thank you. I'm such a data nerd, so I'm really excited to hear you say that because that's how I've driven our organization as well. In terms of skill sets, you've tapped into a little bit of skill sets. How should like a new developer or somebody who's maybe changing into DevOps, how should they think about their skill sets in terms of the low-no technology?
Well, I think new developers should think of Lono as an opportunity to be building solutions to kind of unlock new capabilities outside of the tech organization. They should think of themselves as enablers and be proud of that output as a tool that facilitates and enables, more data driven, and not just, it's not data related. You can have low-no solutions in various areas. You're effectively just enabling non-technical resources to drive technical solutions, what would otherwise be a technical solution and a technical project or is part of the decision-making process. But at the same time, I think that the developers that develop these tools need to listen, because they're developing tools that are going to be used by non-developers. And I think it's important to listen and understand how they use these kind of technologies to make sure you get it right early.
Excellent. Now, when you think about getting it right early, like, is there any ideal project if an organization were thinking about implementing this? I'm sure we have people in the audience who are thinking about implementing a low-no solution. Is there any type of project that you think is really perfect for tackling first?
I think going back to those stakeholder interviews, if you find an area that is repeatedly blocked across various parts of your organization because you don't have the engineering resources available or the bandwidth or the prioritization, etc., and it's because your resources are focused on building the core products that they have to focus on, you realize you've got a gap, and that gap can be filled with a strong low-no solution over just a more structured prioritization process by pushing access further downstream.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you, Amin. Okay, audience, now it's your turn. Now it's your turn to ask the questions. We have a couple in the queue, and feel free to type them in, and we'll get to them as many as we can. So, Amin, you talked about getting business user stakeholders buy-in early. How much of it is making a business case to each business unit user versus top-down org mandate? Thoughts?
So, I honestly think it's not really about me, and this is my personal experience. I find it easier to not try and come up with and drive my own business cases. And instead, I think good, high quality stakeholder interviews will expose areas where automation has a good place, where there's gaps in accessibility to information, when there's backlogs or bottlenecks being created because of the dependency on development resources. And those automatically kind of emerge as high priority candidates for a low-no solution. And it's often a kind of buy-in just comes for free, where you're both equally invested and want to get the solution out there. All that being said, a top-down org mandate in favor of just being more data-driven, introducing more automation where possible, never hurts in having your executive team across verticals think about these things the same way.
Excellent. Well said. Thank you. Another question from the audience. Would you recommend building an org chart which structures when and where the low-no solution should or should not be used, and what might be some of the parameters?
This is an interesting question because it depends on the perspective of who's answering it. From my role as data and analytics officer, or even CTOs out there, I would personally recommend against prescribing an org chart around how the low-no solutions should or should not be used, and really lead with a kind of governance first, guardrails first approach. And that itself is a difficult prospect, to lay down the right framework that allows for the kind of flexibility you're expecting to unlock in the non-technical areas of the org, to where that subject matter expertise can really be put to work efficiently without having a dependence on development resources. And I feel like by prescribing org charts, you could, recreate dependencies that, there's training modules and this and that. That being said, within the org that is, or the vertical that is like going to be a core user of the Lono solution, I can see there being value in maybe roles and responsibilities, and maybe establishing clear lines on who's accountable for what, or when a new Lono solution should be built versus when you want to rely on existing ones, because these things can get out of hand very easily. Because it's just a couple of clicks to spin something up, and now you've got 80 dashboards or 20 little web apps, and you don't know which one's out there in the wild. So it's a tough question, but I think that the only part that I'll kind of commit myself to is that I think those kind of prescriptions should come from within the verticals using the Lono solutions, rather than the tech or data teams building the frameworks.
You've just given me a nightmare. Like tonight, somebody's gonna have to rock me to sleep tonight thinking about 20 different little dashboards out in the org. Like process wise, what a nightmare. Thank you for that horrorscape. It is spooky month after all. Another audience question from the audience, and keep these coming, audience. Thank you. These are great. Audience question: we have enabled citizen data engineers using EasyMorph, but struggle with creating a framework with guardrails and generating documentation. Do you have ideas for that?
So, I'm not very familiar with EasyMorph. I think that, and I could be wrong here, I think it allows for quicker ETL and automated ETL and things along those lines. So I'll answer as if that's what it is. And I think that's one of the hardest low-no areas, where you're automating the derivation of new types of data and new measures, where governance and guardrails get really hard, because you are, giving stakeholders the opportunity to play with creating new languages that may step away from business definitions. And I think a solution that we've implemented is a very strong stewardship model with clean language in place, establishing business rules and definitions up front, with an expectation that users of data abide by those rules and definitions, no matter what kind of systems they're developing downstream. We've seen some success there, but it's definitely a challenge we've not got a blanket solution for.
Excellent. Thank you. Unfortunately, we are out of time. We have some great questions and I apologize. Thank you so much for sending them in. I apologize. We wish we could get to all of them, but we are running out. And I know that Stuart is going to be sending everybody to lunch soon. So thank you so much, Amin Kassaroni. It's been great talking to you. And thank you, audience, for joining us.
Likewise. Thank you for having me. Cheers.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks so much to Amin and Wendy. We are going to take a break for lunch right now. You're going to get 60 whole minutes to go and get some food. So please feel free to eat your lunch with your fellow attendees in the clubhouse. And remember to check out the sponsor profiles. They're full of information on every one of our sponsors, low-code and no-code solutions and products. We're going to return to the sessions at 1:25 Pacific time. Remember, if you want to see that in your local time zone, we've looked after that for you. Just look at the portal. It'll tell you in your local time zone. And if you have been invited to the executive lunch, please click the link in your calendar invite to access. So for people in the executive lunch, just go click that Cal invite link. We will see you promptly at 1:25 p.m. Pacific. Please go have some nice food, get your energy up, and use all of the features that the portal offers you. We'll see you soon.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
Well, welcome back, everyone. I hope you are fully refreshed. I hope you took advantage of everything our portal has to offer. And we're going to keep things moving right along now that you have got some extra energy. Here to discuss how Zapier uses Airtable to transform product development and deliver great customer experiences. Please welcome Andrew Ofstad, co-founder of Airtable, and Chris Gagan, Director of Product Management from Zapier. In conversation with our very own Wendy Schuchart, Managing Editor at VentureBeat. Over to you, Wendy.
Hi, I'm Wendy Schuchart, VentureBeat's Managing Editor, and I'm here today. I'm very excited to be here with the Director of Product Management from Zapier and the co-founder of Airtable. Gentlemen, you have a stellar introduction, so I want to give you a chance to introduce yourself. Andrew.
Yeah, thanks for having us, Wendy. I'm Andrew Ofstad. I'm a co-founder at Airtable. And Airtable, just for a brief background, is a platform that lets teams build their own workflows and modernize their business processes. So teams customize their workflows for their exact needs in a way that doesn't require writing code in a very easy-to-use way. So, some examples: Netflix plans all their marketing content on Airtable for all their original content. Intuit uses Airtable to manage their research and insights and design operations. Companies like A&E plan all their content. They ship to their customers through Airtable. And really, we founded the company in the belief that people who are kind of doing the work in companies should be the ones that are building and configuring their software, not programmers, and not dictating their work around kind of hard-coded software. And really, the focus for us has been, how do you make these software concepts really easy to understand for business end users, and really lower that floor of adoption so that anybody can sort of have the superpowers that a lot of us in Silicon Valley have as developers, and really kind of let anybody build their own software. So I think and more we're kind of thinking about how we let customers build software that satisfies the needs of larger customers and spans many different teams and workflows, and really gives them the power to have impact and influence their organization. So super excited to chat, and I'll pass it over to Chris.
Thanks, Andrew.
Hey,
Chris.
yeah, excited to be here. Thanks for having me. I'm Chris Gagan, Director of Product Management at Zapier. And Zapier is a no-code platform for automating your work. We launched in 2011, and we've grown to support more than 3,000 apps on our platform, including Salesforce, Google, and Airtable. Zapier could be described as the glue that connects the apps that you use for your work. We make it easy for customers to automate the apps that they use on a day-to-day basis with something we call zaps. And a zap is composed of two main parts. You have the trigger, the thing that kicks off the zap, and you have the actions, the sequence of things that you may want to retrieve, format, update, or create data in other systems. For example, let's say you had a new record in Airtable and you wanted to send an email or post in Slack or create a calendar event, or maybe all of the above. You could use Zapier to do that. And so Zapier supports more than 3,000 apps and services. So there's countless different ways you can combine those triggers and actions to meet your needs.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Andrew. Now, I'm excited to talk about this topic today because I've been using Airtable to manage the freelancer load at VentureBeat. So I actually am, starting to get my hands dirty in the low code, no code as somebody who does not have any kind of experience with coding my own workflow. So one of the key benefits of low code is that it's bringing increased flexibility and customization to teams. I can tell you why I think it's important, but why do you think it's important?
Yeah, well, thanks a lot for using Airtable. Super cool to hear you using it on VentureBeat. I think there are a few benefits that I'll kind of talk through. One is just that, I think more and more it's really hard to rely on IT teams and developers to help build software for teams. And, IT is stretched super thin. I think we all know in the industry how hard it is to find teams of developers to build software solutions to kind of power our teams. And so really no code lets anybody kind of build compelling software solutions without having to be a developer or kind of rely on IT. So they're just kind of like that shortage, and I think a gap in the market that no code tools like Airtable and Zapier are helping to fill. I think a second important point is that I think that the person that best knows how the software should work and how it should be used in their team is really the person that's on that team, not some developer for a third-party company or somebody in the IT department. I think just a lot is lost in translation there. And I think the other benefit is if the team kind of owns the software and can customize the software to their needs, it means that they can be much more agile. They can constantly innovate and iterate on their processes. As the conditions of the business change or as their mandates change, they can quickly change the software to kind of adapt to the way their new processes work and really move faster and innovate more within their company than you'd be able to with a team of developers you have to go through or an IT department that oftentimes has huge backlogs. So I think those are some of the benefits. But yeah, I'd love to hear more.
Chris, how about you?
Yeah, so like no code and low code, these are relatively new terms, but the problems these tools are solving aren't new, right? When Zapier was founded 10 years ago, we set out to solve a fairly pervasive problem and it was all these apps are being created, but none of them work very well together. And teams were busy copying and pasting and transferring data between the different apps they were using. And that's where we started, right? Connect this app with that app. But as we observed how customers were actually using Zapier, we learned there was more to the story. They weren't just creating these like one-to-one integrations between apps. Customers were actually creating software systems, and it looked a lot like coding. But these people, they didn't know how to code. They didn't maybe even know what an API was. But being able to provide people with simple tools that didn't require a ton of technical knowledge meant that they had the building blocks to create a workflow or a process that was important to their business. And sometimes even an entire business we saw being built using tools like Airtable and Zapier. Ultimately, this allows teams to move faster. It lets them innovate. I totally agree with everything Andrew was saying there, putting the hands of these tools, putting the power into the hands of these folks who are on the front line facing these problems. We think that's like where innovation is best going to take place.
You said something so succinctly, which is that, the copying and pasting. I one time made a joke at an industry conference. They said, "So what do you do?" And I said, "Mostly I copy and paste for 7 hours a day and, edit for the other 2. So thank you for kind of bringing the power back to the frustrated copy and paster out there, of the thousands of them now with more than 250,000 organizations, including more than half of the Fortune 1000. They're already relying on Airtable, and it's become really central to the user's everyday workflows. Like I said, I have it open on a tab right now. What are the trends, Andrew? What are the trends you're seeing across your customer base?
Yeah, definitely a few things. And obviously the industry has gone through a big shift with the pandemic, but I think more broadly thinking about the kind of longer term time frame, I think just a lot of industries are going digital first, where everything from media and entertainment to health and fitness to commerce, like there's just more and more products that are digital and I think kind of built on a modern foundation. And so, I think a couple things with that shift. First of all, it's like much lower cost to start a new company. And you also have much broader reach. So companies have more reach than ever, but they also have a much larger basis of competition. They're competing against other digital products in a kind of a global scale. And I think with that, with that shift, there's a continual need for innovation. You're competing against so many players in this kind of global space that you constantly have to innovate to stay alive. And I think that's one big shift that has driven the need for digital products and software and solutions that lets you move faster and lets you coordinate at a larger scale with your teams. The second thing is, I think the other one that is, definitely happening is just like companies are going through pretty massive digital transformation. I think if you talk to CIOs today, there's a pretty palpable sense of like things have accelerated. And I think part of this is due to the pandemic and people working from home, but I think it's this broader trend where it just seems like knowledge work more and more revolves around software for teams. And that's a huge component of how companies innovate and win. And I think with this shift, you also have more and more knowledge workers who are very savvy about software. I think every day they're working in Salesforce, they're working in, more and more kind of digital products. Everybody's familiar with Zoom and Slack, and there's just a higher level of savviness. So I think people have the ability to kind of adopt more products within the workplace at a higher level of sophistication. And I think like the third thing is, I think there's just been a shift in I think how companies like Zapier and Airtable think about this problem of and just like a lot of the effort that has gone into how do you make these complicated things like in Zapier's case, integration between services and trigger action workflows and just kind of broader workflows across businesses, and then Airtable like this kind of software application stack where you can build workflows for your teams. I think there's a ton of effort that's gone into making those products really simple and just kind of taking a lot of the best you see with consumer products and really kind of instilling that into business applications and really making software creation much easier. So I think that's no accident, and we've put a ton of effort into it. And I think that's been enabled by new technology shifts. I think with new web technologies and mobile, it's just made it possible to kind of build these seamless real-time applications on the web in a very compelling way. So I think that's kind of the third point I'd point out.
Excellent. Thank you, Andrew. Chris, anything to add about what you think is happening right now? Why is it having this moment?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's the bit of a perfect storm. So you have low code, which is about democratizing software development. And by that, I mean enabling people, regardless of their role or the background, to solve the problems that are right there in front of them using software. And then because of the pandemic, you have people taking a deeper look at how technology is changing the way we work, right? We suddenly all had to work from home. Businesses are changing as a result of COVID, right? It's given us all sort of this collective moment to think and rethink how we're building the businesses that we're building. And I think during that time, we've seen how quickly change can happen, right? Sometimes during the pandemic, it goes week to week. And low code platforms actually gave us the ability to be more responsive to change, regardless of what your role was. And these platforms, like Airtable, like Zapier, they enabled us to innovate quickly and respond to that change. And that's not something that goes away when we're through this pandemic, right? These are things that we'll take with us into the future of how we build these businesses. And I think the thing that's interesting about low code is that these platforms are designed from they don't set out to design a low code platform. They don't give themselves these labels. Instead, what they set out to do is actually build something that is easy for people to use, that are experiencing the problem sort of like in their day to day. And, another piece to it as well, of like a lot of these tools like Airtable and Zapier and many others, they don't think about integrations as an afterthought. They think about it as the reality that we're all working in different apps. You talked about your web browser, how you have Airtable open in a different tab. We could probably list, a dozen different apps that we have open in our tab. And so I think these low code tools are making integrations a first class part of that. And then finally, I think just, being able to rapidly prototype and have the people that are closest to the problems be able to solve their own problems has been like a key to driving innovation in our businesses.
I think that's the thing that excites me the most about low code, no code is it's like just power to the people. It's very like, put the tools in the hands of the people who are suffering in some cases, copy pasting for 7 hours a day. Chris, okay, I want to peek a little bit behind the scenes. How are you can you talk about how you're using Airtable?
Sure. Yeah, we love Airtable. Yeah, we've used it for years. And we use it for a lot of different things. Just a couple of things off the top of my head. We're using it to capture customer feedback. We're using it to conduct customer research. Our HR team uses it to manage employee onboarding. Our editorial team uses it for their calendar. And, there's probably countless other examples that I couldn't even tell you because it's become this go-to tool for our team. When there's a problem, it's one of the tools in our arsenal to figure out how to solve it. One recent example, during the early days of the pandemic, I talked about this like day-to-day change. And one of the things we deployed very quickly was this small business assistance program to help some of those customers that were impacted by COVID the most weather the storm. And we used Airtable to quickly spin up that program and be able to track all of that in one place.
So there are some people on your team who are also using Airtable and Zapier together. Can you tell me more about that?
For sure. One example that's really near and dear to my heart is just how we use Zapier and Airtable to collect and organize customer feedback. I was going back and I was looking, when was the first record in Airtable that we created around customer feedback? And it was in 2015. So we've built this system quite a while ago and we've just grown it and scaled it over time. Zapier was a much smaller company back then. We were about 30 people. And one of our UX researchers, Eileen, she saw this need to organize and collect customer feedback. And so she started using Airtable and Zapier to build out the system for collecting feedback from our support team, our product teams who were doing research. And now, zoom back to today, and we're about 20 times the size, and we're still using that same system that Eileen had built using Airtable and Zapier. Just briefly, here's how it works. When somebody hears feedback, anybody in the company hears feedback, we use a form on Airtable to log that, and that creates a new record. And that sort of becomes this like nugget of truth. We actually call it a nugget and we start to categorize these trends and keep an eye on like what are customers saying. And so, yeah, we've been able to surface those trends to product teams. It helps us make better decisions about what are we going to work on next? And it provides this way of like closing the loop with the customers that have made those requests or logged the feedback. Whenever we're kicking off a new research study, we will use Airtable as like the place to centralize all that feedback. And so, yeah, it's been amazing to have that like one source of truth to keep it all in one place. And Zapier becomes sort of like the business logic, whereas like Airtable is storing all that data for us. Zapier is triggering different automations that are happening behind the scenes in terms of scheduling and taking notes and all that kind of stuff.
Excellent. Thank you. That's yay, Eileen. Now, it's clear that low code can deliver some tangible business results, as you're seeing with the customer feedback. Before we go, I want to gaze into the crystal ball to offer some predictions about the future benefits of low code. So what does the future look like as a result of low code? And Chris, I'll start with you.
Sure. I think firstly, the low code tools can be a force for democratizing technology, like I said before. What I mean by that is I think the next generation of founders and business owners aren't going to be people with a ton of engineering experience. They're probably going to be, teachers building software for teachers, marketers building software for marketers. And that's exciting to see. I think that, we're going to see some really exciting innovation coming from that. And then more importantly, I think we'll see greater diversity of people and ideas represented in technology. We all know that is super important. And I think seeing underrepresented groups using technology to build that next generation of businesses is a very exciting prospect of low code. And the second piece is I think we're starting to see this transformation from the traditional business suite to something new. And if I were to predict the future, I think we'll see a shift from like what we consider the typical business suite of PowerPoint, Excel, Word, to shift to something more like Zapier, Airtable, Webflow. And I think we'll start to, you'll see that as showing up on people's resumes, right? A few years ago, you'd expect to say like, Excel is part of my skill set. I think we'll start to see Airtable and Zapier as being part of people's skill set that they list on their resume.
Excellent.
Yeah, huge
Andrew,
plus
how about
one
you?
on that. Yeah, I was just going to say like that all totally resonates with me. I think one of my favorite parts of working at Airtable is really you see the customers who adopt the product and adopt Zapier and adopt these no-code tools. And they're really able to have like a huge amount of impact and influence in their company where I think otherwise they wouldn't have the means to put their ideas for how to improve their team, how to improve a process into software and really kind of make that impact. And so I think my favorite part is sometimes you hear about customers who use a product like Airtable or Zapier and kind of build these really compelling solutions, and they actually get promoted and they kind of move up and they have a lot of impact and influence in the organization through Airtable and Zapier and whatnot. So I think like I just love to see more and more of these kind of really creative and ambitious systems thinkers really be empowered to kind of build within their companies without having to do the very arcane thing of writing a bunch of code and having studied computer science for 4+ years and so on. So I think that's really exciting. And like Chris was saying, I'd love to see more resumes that have Airtable and Zapier on as sort of like the top skills on there, and not just kind of like the Microsoft Excel suite of things. So super excited for kind of like seeing a new generation of people create with these tools. And I think that's the most satisfying part about working on a product like this. And Chris, I'm sure you see the same thing in your kind of product feedback, base, where just like the use cases are super inspiring for how people use Zapier and Airtable, and it's a very gratifying part of being on the product side at both these companies.
Excellent, thank you. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
So, as you know, one of my favorite things is kind of peeking behind the curtain and finding out what's going on behind the scenes. So, real fast, we'll start with Chris. What's your favorite low-code product that you're using outside of Zapier or Airtable?
Yeah. Well, the first one that came to mind was Coda. So we're a 100% remote company with over 500 employees. So you can imagine we write a lot down. And Coda is this document tool, but it's more than just creating a document. It's a tool that allows you to create almost little like mini web apps, right? We've had a lot of like sort of ground up adoption, and eventually it sort of spread to everybody in our company is using it to communicate in various ways. And it's something that we've heavily adopted to help organize our roadmaps, write product specs, run meeting agendas, corral launch plans, because the flexibility of a tool like Coda just allows you to, pull all the information together in a sort of a document format that is more powerful than a document, though.
Excellent, thank you, Chris. Andrew, any that you want to share?
Yeah, this is maybe less of a low-code tool, but I think we've been trying to figure out how to fill this gap in the creative process, where when you're in the office, you can all go to the whiteboard and sketch things out and have creative ideation processes with sticky notes. And for the most part, I think we've found that tools like Figma and Miro, we've kind of found ways for within those tools to kind of recreate those collaborative processes and sessions. So, for example, we have somebody who's like a Miro pro, and he recently ran like this, ideation kind of brainstorming, like voting session within Miro, and it felt almost like the real thing. And I think with our design team, we're definitely seeing the kind of collaboration you can do in Figma and even like the live prototypes, which kind of gets almost into the low code space. Like they're pretty high fidelity, and they make it really easy to for other people in the organization to view them and click through them and present them live. And so, I think I've just been super interested in these tools that make it much easier to kind of collaborate in very creative ways within product and engineering organizations, and starting to see some of those gaps being filled with some of those products. So I think those are huge, especially with this remote world we live in.
Speaking of remote, Andrew, that was actually my next question. And we don't have a lot of time left, but one of the things the reason that we started using Airtable and Zapier is because VentureBeat is a remote first company. So real fast, is there anything that you have seen in either in your own experience or trends that you're seeing in teams across the organization that surprise you about our new remote world that we're living in? Chris,
I think, maybe for me, the most surprising thing was how quickly teams adapted to it. And I think a lot of these tools existed before, but I think it just kind of accelerated the transition, and the fact that everybody just kind of adopted Zoom really quickly, and everybody kind of figured out how to work around these physical processes with tools like Zapier and Airtable in some cases. I think I was impressed by the ability for people to rapidly change and adopt these things. I think that's exciting to see how willing and able people are to kind of learn these tools, and like I said, kind of boost their sophistication for how to work in this new environment in a very fast way, which unfortunately was forced, but I think the transition was surprisingly fast.
Well said. Chris?
Yeah, Zapier's been remote for the entire time. So I've been remote for the entire time I've been at Zapier. And so this isn't a new thing for us, but I think the main thing is just being really intentional about connecting. And when the whole company is involved, from the CEO to the person who was hired last week, it makes it easy to solve challenges of remote work together.
Excellent. Thank you. Andrew Ofsted, Chris Gagan, thank you so much for joining us today. Have a great day.
Thanks a lot, Wendy.
Take care.
Thank you so much to Andrew, Chris, and Wendy. Now it is my great pleasure to introduce Erica Yanovich, Chief Data Scientist at Westcap. Jonathan Corbin, Vice President of Customer Success and Global Strategy for HubSpot. Jonathan Francis, Chief Digital and Analytical Officer for Starbucks. And Judah Phillips, Co-founder and Co-CEO of Squawk AI. This and they really are, of thought leaders will be sharing their data stories on how to create business value using no-code prediction and forecasting technology. I will let them tell you all about it.
Hello, everyone. I'm Judah Phillips, the co-founder of Squawk, and thanks for joining today to discuss creating business value with no code. I'd like to introduce our panelists, Jonathan Corbin, John Francis, and Erica Janowitz. Erica, would you please introduce yourself?
Of course. My name is Erica Janowitz, and I am the Chief Data Scientist at Venture Science, the AI and Data Science Group at Westcap. I have a passion for math, data, and business strategy. My background is in actuarial science, and I turned towards data and analytics early in my career since I loved working with algorithms and analysis. More importantly, I loved thinking about solutions to problems in different ways. I have experience across many industries, including finance, banking, automotive, marketing, logistics, manufacturing, and have implemented creative solutions and data strategies that support business intelligence and data science across startups and Fortune 500 companies. Working with a growth equity firm, I support research and design for due diligence, create strategy and models for in-house scalability and profitability, in addition to supporting our portfolio companies with data science initiatives. Data is a big opportunity and a necessity in business today. Analytic capabilities and insights will continue to grow. And I rely on tech solutions that are no code or low code to stay current, keep up, and get ahead in the tech space.
Awesome. Thanks, Erica. And Jonathan, would you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, happy to. Thanks for having me, Judah. Looking forward to the conversation today. My name is Jonathan Corbin. I'm the Vice President of Customer Success at HubSpot. The realm of my responsibilities includes the direct customer success team, partner success, contract management, and onboarding. So really excited about this. I have a deep history in MarTech, AdTech, digital analytics. And I think one of the things that gets me excited about this conversation today is the opportunity to bring all that together and use that for predictive powers.
Awesome. And John, would you please kindly introduce yourself to our virtual audience today?
Absolutely. And Judah, thanks for having me join. I'm looking forward to the conversation as well. I'm John Francis. I am the Chief Digital and Analytics Officer here at Starbucks. My team is responsible for supporting every functional area of the business, from store operations to marketing to finance, with analytic capabilities, and that includes data science applications, in addition to survey research and ethnography and statistical work. I like to joke that I've organized all the nerds in the company into my team. So it's a fun group, and we're working on some really interesting problems. I'm interested in low code, no code, really, as we think about scaling and democratizing analytic capability for the organization. And I'll never find enough data scientists or have enough budget to hire enough people to quell the demand that we have. And so thinking more and more about opportunities to create through technology augmentation that would allow other folks in the organization to do more inferential data science work on their own. So I think that's really where my interests lie in no code and low code.
Awesome. And thank you for those generous explanations of what you all do and the different skill sets and expertise you bring to the table, as well as the cross-portfolio and global nature of your roles, both B2B, B2C, in these very complex companies is going to be very valuable for the discussion today. So let's get started. I'm going to throw it to Erica first. What are some of the things that drove you to consider, low code, no code technology?
So Judah, I have been really fortunate in my career to have opportunities to selfishly innovate. So innovate to make my life and my team lives easier, giving my company a competitive advantage by simply being able to move faster, by using tools with standard models that are now expected and required to run a business in the modern tech landscape. I think we can all geek out in trying to build solutions ourselves, right? It's fun, and you get the satisfaction of building out automation tools, forecasting, and predictive insights. The reality, though, is that a lot of these models have already been built with some fine-tuning in software, platform, and other modern tech solutions. They have their own take or some homegrown logic or libraries, but the base approach and model are readily available, able to connect to multiple systems, and are generally not that expensive. In addition, most analytics and data science departments act as back office functions with high visibility around exposure and vulnerability to the ROI on tech stack investments. So what that means for most data executives is that you have to be able to quantify the impact of results, quantify the risk associated with building or with not building a model, and selling your work and initiatives to the company and then board of directors or stakeholders. So a common question and strategy that I've supported organizations with is, how can I answer questions faster using my data? So I could talk about examples of no-code and low-code solutions to help with this all day. But with respect to our time, I think it's important to consider 3 possibilities from different initiatives that I've supported. The first is, what happens when you give a marketing analyst the ability to join tables in seconds without any code or SQL experience? A table from a campaign, a table on attributes for your targeted audience. Next, what happens when you automate a dashboard that tracks a customer's order through the entire process, from purchase to maybe through manufacturing to delivery? And then you give that to your customer support team or even directly to the customer. And third, what happens when you turn forecasting into an automated process that continuously learns with every minute? I'm a firm believer that the data experience is the new customer experience. That means that most priorities should focus on the impact to your customer. And that all goes back to data and turning data into insights. Technology and human interaction really do have a cohesive bond. And we can and should continue to use data to predict customer behavior, become more personalized, and maximize efficiency. Automated processes should learn from human ones. So the speed to effectively implement and solve data-driven questions are best supported by low-code or no-code technology. It's really about the speed of implementation to connect and integrate with data sources for proof of concepts and full solutions, address standard data concerns, quickly find insights, and showcase the value to the organization.
Awesome. Erica, thank you so much for such, insightful and detailed analysis of how you consider no code and low tech, as I know it's driving some real efficiencies in your business, and which are really exciting to see. Let me, John or Jonathan, please feel free to respond. But I also want to throw out this, other question is, what are some of the business questions, or what, I find when talking to our customers, Spark's customers are important, are the use cases? Maybe Jonathan, could you elaborate on some of those use cases that you find really important?
Yeah, I think Erica did a really good job of touching on some of the areas that are interesting to me. When I think of an analogy for AI, ML, low code, no code, I don't know about you guys, but during COVID, I had a bit more time on my hands. And so I got into watching some Netflix series, and Queen's Gambit was one that I thought was awesome. So, I sat there, I watched a bunch of it. And as I think about, Queen's Gambit and the game of chess, in my mind, customer experience is the queen of the B2B SaaS world. Erica, I know you chatted a bit about customer experience and how meaningful that is, and maybe moving into a world where data helps to drive that. That's something for us that was really important. And so as we started looking at opportunities to create a great customer experience, for us, what we define a great customer experience as is one where we anticipate our customers' needs before they know they have them. This is where something like an AI, low-code, no-code technology really helps us innovate. We're able to look at the history of interactions over thousands and thousands of customers, understand where they're hitting challenges, where they need solutions, and being able to surface them to them before they even anticipate them. That's a great customer experience. That's something we're working towards, and I'm excited to be able to continue to innovate using this type of technology.
Awesome. We hear the same things. And John, I'd love to throw it to you, as we've talked about a lot of different topics, and, obviously the global, across Earth, nature, 30,000 plus, stores, and the type of work that you do at the biggest scale, biggest data in the world. Tell us about your experiences and your thoughts here.
Yeah, no, I think, I kind of think through Howard Schultz, our former CEO and founder, used to say, and as we thought about decision making that we did for the organization, he wanted us to always imagine there was a seat with both a customer as well as a barista, and imagine for every conference room that you're in, every decision you have to make, that you're thinking through the lens of, is what we're doing right for both our customer and the baristas, or as we call them internally, partners. And so we actually think holistically about the role of AI and machine learning, not just through the lens of how we can elevate customer experiences, but also how we think about the partner experience and how that then translates. What we really want to do and what we think makes Starbucks special is that relationship between customers and our partners. That connection is really what drives loyalty, as well as the coffee, of course. So then we think about what are parts of the experience that we can optimize, both for customers and partners. So on the partner side, for instance, we're currently working on and deploying an automated ordering solution that allows us to look at inventory. And before, we used to have baristas have to count how many scones or croissants and do that multiple times a day and place orders. Now we're using machine learning to power that experience, and we're saving time and effort, and then allowing that partner to then engage with customers more, as opposed to doing back at store tasks. And then on the customer side, we think about elevating experiences in terms of creating differentiation around exploration of our vast product catalog and all the enumerations of drinks that you can make by using machine learning based recommendations in our app, as well as our digital drive-through menus. And so I think as we kind of become victims of our own success in terms of the capabilities that we're building, it just created so much demand for this type of work that formerly things that we built using more code, we're now looking at, we need opportunities to scale this and scale it more quickly, because I just gave a couple of basic use cases. The reality is, if I look at the backlog, there's hundreds. And so, you again, going back to a point I made earlier, you'll never find enough data scientists. We're all competing for the same resources. We have limited budgets. So how can we start to think about no code and low code solutions to help drive that scale?
Awesome. Well, thank you for sharing that. One of the things that people always ask about, right, is what are the results? When I talk to our customers or prospects, I always like to talk in capital budgeting terms, NPV, IRR, things like that. But those don't always resonate in all groups. Certainly for the CFO, it does. But when you talk about it to your stakeholders, or justify the budgets to take the risk or the opportunity to go into low code and no code, what are some of the ways that you qualify, that investment or understand or pinpoint success? And let me throw that out to Jonathan.
Yeah, thanks, Judah. We're still in the early days in terms of how we're utilizing the low-code, no-code technology. But we see some positive movement in terms of the models we put in place, the output from them. I think the important thing to remember with ML and self-learning models is you get better over time, right? And so as you're thinking about implementing a solution using AI, ML, and low-code, is for me, kind of looking back in retrospect where we started, I would say you commit to a goal and you invest in the technology that helps you to get closer to that endpoint. And then you go out and you identify the tech, you identify the tactics, you identify the processes that are going to help you achieve that objective. And for us, that's what we've been doing. So, like I said, really in our early days in terms of how we're utilizing technology, but the positive movement that we're seeing has a lot of promise for us in terms of the results that we want to see and helping us move towards our objective in a couple of years.
Awesome. And, Erica, how do you take a look at, performance or qualifying, investments of this type?
So I would say that the biggest results is really just focusing on quick insights. And a lot of times, at least from my experience within the portfolio companies or even directly for internal use, it's more trying to have those automatic notifications and how can we look at that back-end experience to make sure that everyone is able to do their jobs again as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So trying to understand that what we can do, working with a lot of proof of concept, showing value very early on, in addition to then actually receiving more of a flood of requests back because after you get a couple right, people want more. So I would say that those are some big points. And last, I would say enhanced data governance models. So I know that sounds interesting, right? Because you think that the more that you would work with data and the more that you would work with different systems, you're going to have to adjust a little bit of the architecture and the governance. I think that there's a great amount of opportunity, and I actually really enjoy working with models that actually are on our own systems. So I think that when you start looking too at the metadata around it, you can have some incredible results for your organization.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see the same thing, which is incredible. And, John, when you're looking at, similar to Jonathan, a company that has the scrutiny of the public markets, right? And the things you do are going to be looked at by analysts, and it's going to move stock price up or down. How do you justify investment, into new technologies such as low code and no code at that level?
Yeah, no, I think, maybe through a couple of lenses. One is we have a very big experimentation culture. And so as we stand up use cases, and again, whether it's on the customer or the partner side, we execute a lot of experimental design to understand the causal impact and whether the KPIs around driving incremental sales or it's around improvement of employee engagement. We'll use that as a first pass just to understand the efficacy of whether it's a model or analytics in terms of what we're deploying. And then I guess the second part of that is as we think about technology investments, then we look to measures of efficiency. So for instance, if it took a data scientist X number of hours to build an AI or machine learning solution, maybe more by hand with code and more of our business as usual approach, looking at that, time to market, if you will, and then comparing it to with a low code or no code option, are we able to generate incremental efficiency? Are we able to, the time to market, is it significantly faster? Those are the kinds of evaluation criteria we use as we think about the technology to support those use cases.
Absolutely. Reducing cost, increasing profitable revenue. Yeah, one of my favorite stories at Spark is a multi-billion-dollar customer not on this panel told us that we did in 4 minutes what they hadn't been able to do in 12 months. And so I really do maintain my bullishness on, AI and ML overall, endemically and pervasively, as well as low code and no code. So just quick with the few seconds we have left for the audience, invest and go for low code, no code. Let's start with John from Starbucks.
I think that's a complex question, the short amount of time we have, but I think yes, for certain types of use cases.
Agreed. And it's important to find those use cases with a great partner. And what about you, Jonathan?
If you want to move away from linear growth, you have to use outside influences in order to be able to impact that. AI and ML allows you to do that and to change the customer experience. That's going to be very important for your business and for the outcomes that you're looking for.
Awesome. And we just have to wrap up really quickly here. And Erica, I'll leave that with you. And then any words that we'd like to depart with, we'll have a few seconds for that.
I'd just like to say that I think we all are very familiar that in the business intelligence and data science space, we have the 80-20 curse. So very little work is actually spent on the models, insight discovery, or growth of the business. So I'd say yes, generally using low code or no code, you can shorten the training cycle and make the team get to the meat of their work, the exciting and the intangible products. So yes, if you want to move faster, automate work, optimize process to help scale an organization, you have to have a strong governance framework. And I would just add to kind of help conclude, you need to have a democratic tool set, no matter the industry or company size. And from my experience, low code, no code tools like Spark are needed to simply run a business, and they are required to innovate.
Excellent. All right, looks like we're out of time, so we'll end this session here. I want to thank you all again, Erica, Jonathan, and John for taking the time out of your inordinately busy schedules to share your perspectives and expertise and experience with me. I'm honored to have been able to speak with you all and moderate a panel today, and also for the audience. This was great. Thanks again. Awesome. Thanks again, Erica, John, and Jonathan, for your erudite and sophisticated comments about low code and no code. I really appreciated the conversation today. We reached the point where we're going to talk to the audience and answer some questions. And I'm going to direct these out and not answer them myself unless it makes sense. So let me go to John at Starbucks first. The question coming from anonymous person, Starbucks, you spoke about the race for finding data scientists and how low code and no code is impacting that. Do you believe low code and no code can really replace data scientists?
No, I think, the short answer is no. I think and again, this will be a learning journey, but as we think about low code and no code, my expectation is that there are probably more, I would say maybe more basic inferential types of questions and problems that I would hate to call them commoditized, but things that maybe are easier to implement, that we should find a way to create citizen data scientists. And then if I think about where maybe you have a higher level of sophistication from internal data science resources, they can be focused more on net new innovation and harder problems. So again, this is my suspicion. I think we're kind of just starting this journey now, and maybe we can do another session a year from now and you can ask me how it's going.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to being able to do that with you. Just from a vendor perspective, we don't say, hey, this is going to replace data scientists. We say this is going to augment people with machine intelligence to do work more quickly, more effectively, more accurately, and also free up data science work to concentrate on maybe that, power law distribution of the stuff that can't be automated. Like I said in the panel, never would go to John and say, hey, let's replace your investments in your drive-through technology with Squark. But there's a whole bunch of use cases in a globally distributed multinational that could be powered with this that can't be done with humans. Let me throw that same question really quickly over to Jonathan at HubSpot. What do you think, Jonathan, in terms of replacing versus, say, augmenting data scientists?
Good question, Judah. I think that when I think about technology, and I think about the use of technology in a couple of different areas. One is, and what's principal for me, is living a great experience. And so when I think about, what would be required in order for me to be able to use technology to understand what the experiences that I should be delivering to my customers, I think of there's a lot of work that happens on the low end that's probably not a great use of data scientist time. And so to your point, this type of technology really frees up people who are masters of their craft to get away from doing the things that they really don't want to be doing and to focus on things that are high value, where their insights are going to actually drive change from a business perspective. And I think that's how I look at it. And that's the conversations that I've had with my data scientists as well.
Yeah, and in both cases, all the data science teams supporting these fine executives are extremely competent and capable, right? And this is a net gain, I'd like to think, as it's a generational shift in technology, even outside of squarky concepts. And Erica, you are a chief data scientist, right? In one of the highest returning, if not the highest returning, private equity firms on earth last year. So, how do you feel about this replacing you, right? Which can never be done. So I'd love to get your take on it. And then the other question that was directed directly to you, Eric, is really around that marketing use case. Again, with regulated and publicly traded companies, there's only so much we can say. But the big question was, did you need any training? We do have Symmetry Ignite, which is our training program to get people on board. But other than that, want to take a shot at that answer in the last 50 seconds?
Sure. Of course. So I think, just kind of saying what John and Jonathan have mentioned too with it, and kind of going back to the panel with the 80-20 rule, I don't necessarily see tools as replacing anyone, in regards to like a day-to-day function, but more of helping us get to the meat of the work, the actual fun things, the actual like better insights and continuous areas that we can continuously improve and really start seeing a good return on investment. And I think, one of those points too, actually leading to your second question, is actually around training. So generally, I think that if you have a general idea or base of logic within math and within coding, you can usually learn rather quickly, right? Kind of very similar to a training that we get when we get a new phone or a different operating system, right? Where we want it to be very user friendly. We want things to be easy to understand, explainable. That term, business friendly for it. We want to make sure that as we're using no code and low code across, we can get in and we can actually start using it immediately.
That sounds great. Thank you for that answer, Erica and John and Jonathan. We are out of time. There are many other questions we'd love to answer. Please reach out to VentureBeat and we'll make sure we can answer those questions offline for you. I want to also thank, on behalf of Spark, all the Sparkonians and myself, really want to thank Erica, John, and Jonathan for participating today and sharing their expertise. It's really wonderful to hear from such sophisticated global executives the success you're having with this type of technology. Thank you again for participating and joining. Have a great day, everybody.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much, Erica, Jonathan, and Judah. Now it's time to introduce the speakers from the last session of the day. We have Janine Dedia, co-founder and MD of DroneHQ, and Andrew Scott, Global Solutions Owner, Perfect Store and Sales Capability at Mondelez International, in conversation with VentureBeat's very own Shuchi Rana, discussing multiple case studies across a variety of industries on how companies are using DroneHQ to rapidly build internal tools. Over to Shuchi for all of the awesome questions.
Hello, I'm excited to be joined by Janine Dedia, co-founder and managing director at DroneHQ, and Andrew Scott, global solutions owner, Perfect Store and Sales Capability at Mondelez International. Our topic of conversation today is how Mondelez International uses low-code technology from DroneHQ for sales enablement at speed across geographies. Great, thank you both for joining. And Janine, I'm going to start with you. So we know low-code, no-code is a really big topic. And can you help us take a step back and let us know what are some of the most impactful ways where low-code, no-code is transforming large enterprises based on your experience, what you're seeing in the space?
Sure. Thanks, Suchi, for having me. So one of the most impactful things that I am seeing in the space is a lot of large enterprises have legacy applications, and they are increasingly looking at digitizing the customer experiences. And this is becoming one of the sweet spot for low code to make a huge impact. One of the things that low code does really well, especially from where I come from, is an ability to transform and do UI and front-end applications in an extremely seamless manner, especially when we are looking at in the context of internal toolings and internal applications. And this is where I feel low code has a potential to help customers do things at 10x speed, and that's something that is extremely impactful from an enterprise perspective.
Great. And where exactly do you see DroneHQ fit in that? Can you tell us a little bit more about DroneHQ, the product, the offering?
Sure. Yeah. So if we look at the low code space, we divide it into 4 or 5 subcategories. A is tools for doing full stack applications, tools for doing backend applications, and tools for doing front end applications. And then there are a plethora of other tools like for automation and databases, etc. So I'm just going to stick around to application space, and DroneHQ fits into front end application development, right? So everything to do with building internal tools for either web or mobile apps is where we typically fit in, and that's what we help most of our customers when it comes to building front-end applications, connecting to their databases or connecting to their APIs, and eventually giving them a full-fledged working applications.
Great, thank you. Andrew, I had no idea how big Mondelez is. Can you tell us a little bit more about kind of the global reach of the brand itself?
Yeah.
What does it do?
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And again, thank you for this opportunity to talk. It's nice to see Janan again. And it's interesting that Janan and I have actually never met in person, but we've been working together for 2 years now. So it's a true cross-national handshake. So yeah, Mondelez actually operates in 150 countries. 3/4 of our business is actually outside of North America, but most people know us for our brands. We've got global brands like Oreo and Cadbury and Milka, Belvita, but we also have what we call local jewels, which are deeply rooted in shoppers and consumers in markets like Côte d'Or and Lacta. These are much loved brands that people are enjoying every day with friends and family. So truly global business. We have 80,000 employees. We have anywhere between 50 and 60,000 salespeople, and we have a large community of third-party salespeople. So there's quite a lot of feet on the street, as we call it.
Absolutely. So perhaps take us to the I would say, Drona HQ days and talk to us about the major pain points and concerns that you think Drona HQ has been able to help alleviate.
And I think the pain days, well, let's say the pre no-code low days, the no-code days are still with us to some extent. What we've been able to do is unlock a real gap in, and I think it was in the phrase that I just used, feet on the street. What happens quite often is that our sales teams need immediate access to pertinent information in a timely manner, literally in their back pocket. There are decisions made about our business every second, and the ability for us to be able to develop things fast, deploy them immediately, test, reiterate, and keep going is hugely powerful for us. And it's no secret, and it's an industry challenge, that sales as a function is actually quite a high turnover business. So quite often you can end up bringing someone into the organization. By the time they're trained up, they've left. So it's very fast turnover. So we need to really keep the tools of our trade as current and as accessible as possible. And the old way of doing it took time. It took significant investment, both of resource and dollar value. And there were so many cross checks and buttons to press and T's to cross and so on, that it became, in some respects, quite paralyzing, in able to move fast at the speed that both our retail partners need and also our consumers. So that's the old school. Thankfully, it's migrating slowly, and there's a degree of the no-code, low-code application across many of our larger organization partners. But where we've really enjoyed success, particularly with Jinan and his team at Drona, is we can turn things around now from an idea to a real thing in 5 weeks, which for us is absolute heaven, which is wonderful.
That's great. And Janan, if you'd like to chime in as well, what was the implementation process like? And are there specific groups within Mondelez that are using the product? Could you speak a little bit to that as well?
Sure. So I think Andrew mentioned the areas very, very specifically. We've been working with him since he and his team more than 2 years now. So feet on street, sales enablement is one of the largest story that we have with with Andrew and his team. And what basically things that are happening, right? One of the things that is absolutely happening is they operate in various markets, right? I mean, if our count goes we are currently in about 15 to 20 plus markets right now, and every market has different languages, different challenges. There are some European markets, and you got to be GDPR compliant and a lot different things, right? So one of the things that's happening, when you go from market 1 to market 2, there are different things that needs to happen, and this is where a lot of things are getting covered, and things are being done in a manner which probably it starts with a global stuff, but it ends up being local, and that's where a lot of different groups within Mondelez comes in, and they work with our team, and collaboratively we fine tune applications to make sure they're working fine in their local markets.
Great. Andrew, anything
that's a
to
great
add?
point. Yeah, no, that's music to my ears, because I've never explicitly outlined that as a plan, but we have this this sort of mantra, which is freedom within a framework. So what we will do is create a best-in-class application in this environment And then we will allow the market, or sort of not allow it, though we will encourage the market to customize it within their own requirements. Language is a default customization, but it's much more around, we have different SKUs, we have different retailers, so it's highly flexible. And that ability to try, reverse time if it didn't work, and that real sense of confidence and empowerment at a market level is really, really valuable to us. And it aids adoption like nothing else. I have not had one person, and bear in mind, we have 22,000 users on this platform right now, and not one of them has said, I don't see what's in it for me. So it's highly personalized, highly powerful.
Amazing. I'm going to go one level deep, and to a question to both of you. Do you think it's a myth that most low-code, no-code platforms offer basic and simple app development capabilities? Are there use cases, or do you think it's possible to build complex enterprise-level applications without coding? And how involved, Andrew, to your experience, was the IT or developers in kind of building the product suite, if you will?
So,
Jinan,
do you want me to go?
I was thinking Andrew would just jump onto this. So
I'm happy to.
So let me one of the things that comes to my mind, Andrew, very recently is like one of the applications you did for for the reps who were supposed to see what goes on the shelf and where should it go, the placement, etc. We call it as BIOS, right? And it was in my opinion, a fairly complex app, because that's what reps at Mondelez are supposed to do day in, day out. They are supposed to make sure that the products are placed right at the appropriate place within the store. And if they don't do that, then they lose business, right? Easily, if you read McKinsey report, a great placement of product on the shelf, the right placement and the right execution gives them a 4 to 5% higher numbers on the trade, right? So and I believe that's a fairly complex application. And not just that, there's a whole plethora of application that goes in, right, from auditing a store and what goes where on the store and multiple different things. I think, Andrew, if you might just want to chip in here.
Yeah. So what Janen's referring to is what we call our picture of success, which is a hugely, in the old, and a good example, this is the old school way of doing it. It would be a 150-page PDF full of planograms and must-stock lists and SKU level detail that we would publish once a year, email out, and hoped that it would get read and referred to. And the problem was, in the old days, as soon as there was a change or we launched a new product, we'd have to reissue the entire thing and tell people, no, use version 2 because version 1 is now out of date. What we've done with this is enabled it to be 100% dynamic. And for an end user perspective, they have no idea and don't need to. They literally open the app and there it is. You can have absolute confidence that it's up to date. And to answer your question about, is there a limit? I haven't found it yet. I think that with all good solutions, a good strategy and a good clear mind about what you're trying to achieve will unlock all of these potential. And what I'm particularly a big fan of is the trial and error within the no-code, low-code. From an end-user perspective, it's immensely powerful to be able to literally drag and drop and try things out and deploy it. And if it doesn't work, it didn't work, but you learn. Whereas in the old, more traditional method, it was much longer time frames. And going back to my point, by the time you've done a 6-month deployment, half your staff might have turned over. So you're retraining people, and it just becomes this loop. We are in a dynamic world. And I'm particularly finding no-code, low-code is fabulous for mobile. For portable devices, it's unbelievable to be able to do something and deploy it so quickly, but with such confidence. And a good example is through the last 18 months of work that we've done in this environment, we've now got the confidence of other functions within the business. And we now do all of our salespeople onboarding in Australia using this app, 100%. So when you join the company, that's how you are onboarded. So it's really able to be highly complex. There's unmeasurable amounts of smarts in the background. But for me, the beauty is the simplicity of the experience. And that's where the real magic shines. Nobody wants to see code. I mean, it looked cool, but the end user doesn't want to because it's confronting and it's complex. But if the end experience is fabulous and intuitive and personalized, then you're onto a winner.
Mm-hmm. That's amazing. Jinan, anything else you'd like to kind of add, what you're seeing across your other customers or portfolios?
Yeah, in fact, I just wanted to add add to what Andrew mentioned, right? And there are other functions, etc., which are picking up. I think we just did one major application for across the organization within Mondelez, covering the whole breadth and width. And the best part was it started in September and it ended before the last week of September, and it was all live, right? And this is an HR function app into wellness and stuff like that. So I think again, complex application, 80,000 people organizations are always complex, right, to deal with. There are multiple complexities that goes behind it. But I think with similar sort of an experience with most of our customers is going to be in the same lines. They're looking at shortening their time to deliver something, faster GDM, and highly impeccable quality, I think, of the application, of the end application. And this is where low code, no code has a lot of promise. You go from 0 to 1 at a lightning speed, and you are going to make sure that quality is good, because a lot of things are pre-baked, isn't it?
Yeah, I agree.
So this,
but you also don't, you don't
right,
lose.
go ahead, Andrew.
No, sorry, I just wanted to add, you don't lose any of the connectivity as well. So we've enabled things like SSO, so single sign-on. So all of the smarts that we are learning from, let's call it traditional development, we're bringing into this environment. So it's a really good partnership. Truthfully, I don't think one can coexist without the other. I think they're very much hand in hand. And we use sophisticated long-term systems as our backbone, but then we're able to pepper with this fabulous environment where, I said it before, it's the trial and error that's so powerful. You're able to give it a shot and then flip it and change it on the fly. And that's really, really valuable to us.
Wonderful. A follow-up question to that for you, Andrew, in particular, is with as large an enterprise as Mondelez is, how do you make the decisions on what you're going to build versus what you're going to buy? Any thoughts on that? Build internally as far as tools and technologies versus...
Yeah, I think that the strategy is changing somewhat. I think historically we were more in the buy frame of mind, whereby we relied very much on third parties. But I think now we're moving into a bit more of a more balanced environment where, and I think that's where this platform particularly plays a good part, because even though our people might not necessarily understand the framework behind it, they're able to drive it and custom and configure it. And that's where the power is. And so I think ultimately, I'm in sales, right? So I try to give things that people will buy and people will want. So often it's audience generated, our sort of trajectory of what we're designing. But I just think, I think I said it before, it's the combination of the two, right? You've got our backbone of old school, traditional methods of supporting teams, and then we've got this, which is just so much more flexible for us. But it's the combination of the two. So I think our challenge will be, what point, do you expand the no code, low code environment? But for me, it's a hugely exciting space. I mean, 3-4 years ago, no one was talking about it to the level that they are. I can't wait for the next 4 or 5 years, because I think it'll just explode. And I'm sure that we will think that things that are completely impossible to achieve right now will be literally drag and drop on an iPhone in 12 months' time, which is fabulous.
Great. Well, I'm going to wrap us up with one last question. Any advice for folks with a legacy system trying to implement low code, no code platforms, both from your experience, Andrew, and Jinan, for someone who's developing it? Any piece of advice for people that are looking to implement?
Yeah, so very quick thing is, when you're looking at implementing anything on low code, no code, I think it's important to understand the capability of the tool that you have at hand. If you're a large enterprise, chances are you will have multiple tools within your organization, and it's good to understand the capability that the tool brings on the table and use the right one. is where I would say. If it's, for example, if it's user experience, make sure you are using front-end application tooling. And if you're looking at something to build back-end services, microservices, then there are appropriate tools for them. So make sure you are picking up the right tools. That's one thing I would say.
Great. Andrew, any parting thoughts?
I'd agree with you, Jan. I'd also add, keep an open mind, because this horizon is changing rapidly. And I think it's quite easy to use the term legacy, and legacy has negative connotations. It was right at the time, and it's still right now, but things change. And then that's the beauty of progress. So I think we should maybe change the vocabulary. Legacy feels old and part of yesterday, and I don't think it is. I think there's a good cohabitation between this developing technologies, and it's exciting.
Yeah, thank you for that, and an important point. Well, thank you both for your time and for your insights. This brings us to the end of our conversation, and thanks for being here. All right, I do see some good questions that come in. Janan, the first one is for you. You mentioned internal apps as being ripe for using low code, no code. Can you share what are top two to three internal apps that are best for low code, no code?
Sure. So one of the things that we are seeing a lot of people creating applications, internal applications, are centered around use cases like RevOps, sales ops, marketing ops. These are like some of the ripe use cases. Maybe if I zoom into one of these cases a little bit more, just to give context to the audience. So let's say customer support teams, when they are looking at creating an internal app, they are already have data in the CRM, and they have data in the ticketing systems. And imagine a use case wherein you would want to bring in data from your CRM, and you would want to bring your data from your ticketing system and put them into a single pane, so that your customer reps can then take more informed decisions regarding use cases like processing a refund or processing a return for the customers, right? So this could be one classical internal tool. And similarly, in sales ops and marketing ops, we see a lot of them. In fact, what we have done with Mondale is done plethora of use cases around sales ops into getting into sales enablement in a bit. So those are some of the top 2 or 3 use cases that I could see.
Great. Andrew, the next one's for you. Have you been able to measure the ROI on sales apps you've built using low code, no code? Also, what's the feedback from your sales teams?
Yeah, so the elusive ROI. So what we're actually doing is we're measuring ROI in a different way. So it's not just pure dollar. And typically we can actually get dollar returns quite quickly, because the level of investment is relatively low in comparison. But what we measure is things like time saved, or engagement, or adoption. And these are really high metrics that normally we don't consider, but they're really valuable. And we also benchmark against what I would say are more traditional tools, such as sequential learning in a no-code environment allows us to do workshops, which in the current COVID situation is quite impossible to do. So we're not needing to do that. So there's time, there's money, there's people saving from that perspective as well. So it's really powerful from that regard. So we've actually branched out from our KPIs, as it were. They're much broader than just pure dollar value. The other part of the question, which is my favorite, which is what's the reaction? And they love the flexibility. The customization is super powerful for them, but it's also a degree of personalization, because we develop tools and apps for people that, frankly, they don't need a user manual. We don't have any instruction manuals. These things are so intuitive. You literally open it up and you're ready to go. And that's the real power here. Nobody's finding steep learning curves. It's so intuitive. It's literally out of the box. So it's really, really, really cool. We have had not one pushback from a sales team member in any market with any of these no-code apps. because we're very clear on the objective, we deliver it fast, and we're able to customize it for a perfect use case.
Wonderful, perfect timing. That brings us to the end of our Q&A. This went by so fast, but really appreciate both of you taking the time to join us. And over to Stuart. Back to Stuart.
Thank you so much. That was a wonderful last session. Huge thanks to Janine, to Andrew, and of course to Shuchi. Well, that's it. That wraps up the sessions for the Low Code, No Code Summit. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as I have. If you have registered for the speed networking, make sure to make your way there now. Thank you all so much for attending. We could not do this without you, of course, and we can't do it without our sponsors. Huge thanks to QuickBase, to Airtable, Drona HQ, HCL Vault MX, ServiceNow, Squawk, and Pulpstream for supporting this amazing and awesome event. And if you missed some of today's sessions, they'll be available on demand. And guess what? We're coming up with another event soon. We look forward to seeing you at the Customer Experience Summit, December 8th this year. We'll see you there. Thank you. My name's been Stuart Rogers, and thank you to all of you for attending.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squawk, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squawk's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
behind every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.
every great team, there are great processes. If your processes are not delivering the efficiency you want and are keeping your resources occupied with manual tasks that can be automated, then it's time to digitize them using PulpStream. PulpStream is a no-code platform that unleashes your team's ability to easily digitize, manage, and track any process that shapes your business. Instead of broken processes and workarounds made up of email, spreadsheets, forms, and documents, PulpStream gives your team an intuitive and powerful way to take control of your processes so you can focus on the work that matters most. With PulpStream, workflows can be executed using smart steps, connecting people with the right information, and prompting task owners to take appropriate actions, all while maintaining end-to-end visibility on any device, anywhere. PulpStream easily fits into your existing technology stack, using integrations that can kick off processes when information changes in your current systems or when information is received via API, email, or SMS. So when every aspect of your business relies on the successful execution of processes, why continue to rely on antiquated methods? It's time to modernize. It's time for your team to meet PulpStream.
QuickBase is the no-code platform that enables anyone in your business to safely build applications in partnership with IT. QuickBase allows your organization to democratize key data through safe citizen development, automate unique workflows without writing a single line of code, and break down data silos, giving your teams visibility into real-time information. Take the first step towards building more responsive and flexible operations. Start your journey at quickbase.com.
High-velocity teams use Airtable as a single source of truth for all of their assets, from content and creative to legal and finance to your newest vendor. All have the latest, most accurate information, so nothing goes untracked.
Forward-thinking leaders need HCL Vault MX, the industry-leading and trusted mobile and multi-experience low-code application development platform. Vault MX is digital transformation delivered faster and at lower cost. You can build once, deploy everywhere. From native mobile to PWAs to wearables, you can reach your users using their device of choice. Vault MX offers integrations without limits. It's easy to unlock existing data and securely bring together back-end systems and processes. The last great experience a consumer has is the one they now expect. Engage your users in new, exciting ways with conversational apps, immersive VR, and AR. HCL Vault MX. Beautiful apps. Transformation delivered.
This is the new world of work. Each day looks different than the last. But whatever work becomes, the ServiceNow platform will make it just flow. Whether it's finding new ways to help you serve your customers, orchestrating a safe return to the office.
Wait, an office? What's an office?
Or solving a workplace challenge that's yet to come. Wherever the new world of work takes your business, the world works with ServiceNow.
Meet Jason, the VP of Analytics at a software company. Jason has an aggressive goal of helping the growth team increase revenue by 15%. His concerns are budget, efficiency, and time. How can he quickly uncover data insights and accurate predictions? After much research, Jason found Squark, a powerful no-code predictive analytics platform that automates data science through augmented intelligence in a matter of minutes. All Jason has to do is select the type of project, connect his data with Squark's intelligent connectors, select what data he'd like to predict, and set a future prediction schedule to visualize and action results. Jason can confidently make accurate, data-backed decisions about future customer actions and prioritize the team's time and resources to increase revenue goals.